Chapter 1308, Challenging the Dark Wizard. I recovered faster than I expected. When Shifeng logged back into God's domain, he inspected his status window, noticing that his weakened state was already gone. He was back at his peak. Although the increased time flow in the Dark Canyon was part of the reason for his speedy recovery, the research area's high mana density, which was much higher than in the outside world, had helped. As a result, his weakened state's duration had decreased significantly. Following which, Shifeng took 2 Sea God's Blessing bottles from his bag and consumed them, his resistances, particularly magic resistance, increasing by a total of 150 points. He then retrieved an acceleration scroll and gave himself the acceleration buff. Following which, he switched his swordsmanship master title to the basic tyrant title, increasing his fortitude by 30 points, stamina by 20%, and all basic attributes by 5%. After making a series of adjustments, Shifeng pushed his basic attributes and movement speed to his current limit. While Shifeng had rested in his offline space, he had thought about how he would go about stealing the 7 Luminaries' Source Stone. He had run through several simulations in his mind, afraid of the unexpected. A Tier 5 Grand Wizard was an extremely dangerous opponent. The slightest mistake would result in his death. While Shifeng did not mind dying, his death would result in the loss of the Soul Orb. If he lost the Soul Orb now, he did not know how long it would take to find another one of the 7 treasures again. He couldn't lose the Soul Orb now. Hopefully, the system won't try to mess with me. Shifeng then carefully opened the research room door and snuck in. Raymond was still immersed in his alchemy in the room. He had blocked every distraction from his mind as he focused on his research. Meanwhile, he had placed the 7 Luminaries' Source Stone above a research table in the center of a small, crimson magic array not far from him. This small magic array utilized the 7 Luminaries' Source Stone as a power source, supplying the mana Raymond needed to craft his item. Shifeng did not rush to snatch the 7 Luminaries' Source Stone. Instead, he quietly examined the room's layout and the items around the room. As a God's domain expert, the first thing he needed to do when encountering a foreign environment was to adapt. This way, he could exert his maximum combat potential during a fight. This time, however, Shifeng didn't observe his surroundings just to adapt, but to locate the research room's treasures as well. He had only reached the Moon God's research room, which had been excellently maintained after many challenges. He'd do himself a disservice if he stole the 7 Luminaries' Source Stone and ignored everything else. Every item in the research room was sorely tempting. The alchemy tools on the research tables alone were dark gold rank. Even after a decade of playing God's domain, such tools had been incredibly precious. Every alchemist constantly hunted such treasures. Shifeng even spotted a complete set on one of the research tables. Aside from the alchemy tools, the research room had quite a few items that radiated divine might. The Moon God must have used them all frequently. Any one of these items could easily sell for over 100,000 magic crystals in an auction. There were also quite a few tattered designs on an experiment table. These designs had been crafted with extremely valuable materials. Rather than the standard sheepskin parchment, the designs had been drawn on dragon skin. Only gods would dare use a dragon's skin as parchment. Fortunately, dragon skin parchment would survive storage for tens of thousands of years. As he carefully analyzed the research room, shock bubbled in Shifeng's chest. The research room was a treasure trove. It could likely rival the fallen Arkansas. If only the dark wizard Raymond weren't present. Raymond finally completed the item he had been working on. A golden ring, with a jewel radiating a 7-colored brilliance in its center, floated in the air before him. The jewel also released a frightening pressure. Even Shifeng, who stood far outside of the research room's magic array, felt a significant weight bearing down on him. What is that? Shifeng stared at the golden ring curiously. Very few items in God's domain, aside from items gods had used, emitted that kind of pressure. Every one of these items was a masterpiece. The golden ring's pressure could even rival divine might. After completing the ring, Raymond's hands stopped moving as he began to chant an incantation. A 4-fold magic array then appeared above the golden ring, absorbing the surrounding mana and forcing it into the ring. Like a massive whale taking a breath, the golden ring sucked in the dense mana. Yet despite absorbing so much, the ring showed no signs of slowing. A chance! Watching the golden ring absorb mana, Shifeng knew that this the crucial moment to act. If he missed this opportunity, he wasn't likely to get another. Immediately, Shifeng activated Phantom Kill and had his doppelganger stay near the research room's entrance, keeping the door open. He then dashed towards Raymond. Raymond, Dark Shaman King, Human Grand Wizard. Level 72. HP? / Although Raymond was only level 72, he was a Tier 5 NPC. He detected the fluctuations in the magic array almost immediately, which Shifeng had caused as he ran through it. When Raymond realized that he had an intruder, his gaze turned cold. Die! Without hesitation, Raymond waved his wrinkled arm and gestured towards Shifeng. 5 magic arrays of different colors formed at his fingertips, overlapping. The amount of mana around Raymond's palm even made Shifeng shudder with fear. This is insane. He's using Elemental Crush, right off the bat? As soon as Shifeng saw the 5 magic arrays, he recognized the spell. Elemental Crush was a Tier 5 miniature destruction spell. Although the attack's range wasn't large, it was even more frightening than a Tier 5 large-scale destruction spell. If struck, even MTs of the same tier and level would lose half of their HP instantly. However, the spell had a flaw. Its runes were overly complex. The chant was also quite long. Tier 5 Grand Wizards didn't usually use this spell in PvP. However, Raymond could forego both the incantation and runes, casting the spell instantly. Suddenly, space around Shifeng started to crumble. Everything around him turned dark. In the blink of an eye, everything within 30 yards had been turned to dust. However, just as Raymond thought he had dealt with the intruder and was about to return his focus to the magic array above the golden ring, a figure appeared before him. Close 1. Shifeng could not help but glance at his previous position, fear lingering in his heart. Fortunately, he had instant strike, which allowed him to teleport to his target. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dodged the spell with his movement speed. Despicable mortal, die! Realizing that Shifeng was still alive, Raymond grew serious as he activated his domain. In God's domain, there was a saying that those without domains were nothing more than ants underfoot. As long as one activated a domain, they could suppress their enemies. Against weaker opponents, it would be a one-sided slaughter. However, Shifeng had prepared for Raymond's domain. As soon as he appeared before Raymond, he activated Absolute Time, freezing the area's mana. Even the Dark Shaman King couldn't access the mana. Raymond's spreading domain crumbled instantly. Shifeng sighed with relief. He knew that Absolute Time wouldn't silence Raymond for more than 10 seconds. He could accept that as long as it was effective against the NPC for even a brief moment. Without hesitation, Shifeng activated Power of Darkness and Windwalk before dashing towards the 7 Luminary Source Stone. Damnable ant! Seeing Shifeng run past him, flames of rage burned in Raymond's eyes as he smashed the black, metallic staff in his other hand towards Shifeng. Although Raymond couldn't use his spells, Raymond's physique, strength, and speed were leaps and bounds above the swordsman's. Even without using combat techniques, he could kill Shifeng instantly. Pung! A metallic clang echoed when the staff crashed into Shifeng. However, the staff stopped half an inch before Shifeng, unable to proceed. Defensive Blade. Raymond was helpless against this move. He was a magical class. Without his spells, he couldn't deplete Defensive Blade's block counts quickly. He could only smash his staff into Shifeng repeatedly to deplete the block counts. This gave Shifeng enough time to reach the 7 Luminary Source Stone above the research table. With lightning-quick reactions, Shifeng grabbed the Source Stone and stored it in his bag space. He then turned and fled to another research table. Bastard! You bastard! You dare steal what's mine! Do you think someone like you can last against me for long? Suddenly, Raymond's white hair darkened to black. His wrinkles started to smooth as he began to appear youthful. His aura also seemed to grow more powerful. Taste the wrath of the Dark Shaman King. Chapter 1309, Ring of Gospel. As soon as Raymond finished speaking, a crisp shattering sound rang out inside the research room. The previously frozen mana in the room promptly went berserk, surging towards Raymond. Meanwhile, Raymond began transforming from an elderly man into a dignified youth at a rate visible to the naked eye. In simple terms, the silence effect was achieved through freezing the target's mana flow or retarding it considerably. For Raymond, someone who had gazed into the abyss of magic, Resolving such a situation was not a difficult task. Meanwhile, one of the most effective ways to remove a silence debuff was to forcibly break free from the restrictions placed on their mana. This was also the reason why the silence debuff was very weak against high-tiered existences. Disappear from this world. At this moment, not only was Raymond chanting an incantation, but he was also writing runes in midair. Meanwhile, both his chanting and writing speeds were beyond anything Shifeng had ever seen before. Despite Shifeng having activated a berserk skill and being under the effect of various acceleration skills, before he could even reach the next research table, for magic arrays had already appeared around Raymond. Meanwhile, each magic array gathered a frightening amount of mana. If Phoenix Rain were present right now, she would definitely be stupefied by this scene. The reason for this was the technique Raymond had just displayed. It was literally the ideal sought after by all magical class players. Quadruple speed casting. Moreover, every spell Raymond cast was a Tier 5 spell capable of heavily injuring Tier 5 classes. If struck by all 4 spells, even a Tier 5 player would die instantly. In the next moment, spatial tiers formed around Shifeng, surrounding him. Following which, flames, lightning, and ice began descending from above, sealing off Shifeng's paths of retreat completely. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out in the research room in rapid succession. If not for this room being the creation of the moon god, it would have been reduced to a pile of rubble already. However, after suffering this bombardment, Shifeng still managed to arrive at the research table safely, where he frantically grabbed everything he could. He did not pay attention to what his hands picked up as he tossed everything into his bag. He even went as far as implementing Sword's orbit with his arms to increase his looting efficiency. After plundering everything on the research table, he headed straight for the experiment table with the dragon skin parchments on it. Damnable ant! Who gave you the 7 luminaries ring? Raymond shouted reflexively in both surprise and rage when he noticed the golden divine runes flowing around Shifeng's body. In the next instant, however, Raymond's eyes turned red with greed and passion. Don't think that the 7 luminaries ring's power can save you. Before me, nobody can escape. If you hand over the 7 luminaries ring now, I can promise to turn you into my servant and let you have the opportunity to come into contact with the abyss of magic. However, Shifeng did not respond to Raymond's demand as he continued his looting operation without pause. Shifeng knew full well that the aura of Earth's absolute defense would not last long. Moreover, even skills that provided invulnerability couldn't offer unlimited protection against someone like the Black Shaman King. After all, nothing was truly invulnerable. It was only a matter of whether one was strong enough to overcome a particular invulnerability effect. If the 7 luminaries ring he possessed right now were the real deal, needless to say, defending against Raymond's attacks would be a piece of cake. However, the 7 luminaries ring he possessed was a replica. It wasn't a godly relic. Just being able to ward off Raymond's quadruple casting was already fortunate. If Raymond really got serious, absolute defense most likely wouldn't be able to stop the NPC's attacks. Since you're not willing to hand it over, become my living puppet. Raymond began chanting once again. Unlike before, however, his chanting speed was not particularly fast this time. Moreover, the runes he wrote were incomparably complex. Even Shifeng, someone who had conducted plenty of research into runes and magic arrays, could not identify what those runes were meant for. Not daring to be careless, Shifeng started looting the items on the experiment table as soon as he arrived before it. Absolute Defense's duration had less than 2 seconds remaining. Although he could not plunder the entire experiment table, he took most of the items on it. At this time, Raymond pointed his staff at Shifeng and shouted, "Shatter." In the next moment, a black beam of light shot at Shifeng's body. Immediately, the divine runes surrounding Shifeng's body started crumbling. It was obvious that Raymond's attack had broken through absolute defense. Become my loyal slave. Raymond then slammed the butt of his staff on the floor. A shadow instantly formed beneath Shifeng's feet. Gray strands slowly rose from the shadow, binding Shifeng's body. Why does he know even the necromancer class's dark bondage? Shifeng frowned when he saw the gray strands wrapped around his feet. Dark bondage was a Tier 4 spell that could turn a living creature into one's slave. The success rate of the spell depended on the user's and target's levels and tiers. On average, the success rate was very low. Of course, this was only in the case of players. It was a different story if a powerful NPC like Raymond cast the spell. When nearly half of Shifeng's body was bound, Raymond revealed a sneer on his face. Divine steps. Suddenly, 10 doppelgangers formed around Shifeng. He then chose to switch positions with one of them. Even a spell like Dark Bondage couldn't stop Shifeng from swapping places with his doppelganger. He promptly took another item from the experiment table. However, as soon as Shifeng stored the item into his bag, he suddenly found himself, as well as his 10 doppelgangers, appearing before Raymond. What? He knows even the Tier 5 curse space conversion? Shifeng was surprised as he swept a glance at his surroundings. Hurriedly, he started switching places with his other doppelgangers, which were slightly farther away from Raymond. At this time, Raymond also activated his domain once more, directly suppressing Shifeng and preventing him from moving whatsoever. Only Shifeng's 10 doppelgangers, which were invulnerable like Shifeng, could still move. However, no matter where the doppelgangers went, as long as they remained inside the range of Raymond's domain, even if Shifeng switched places with them, he still couldn't budge from there. A futile effort. Raymond waved his staff once more, and his surroundings turned into a world of frost, trapping Shifeng's doppelgangers. Although the doppelgangers were invulnerable, they did not possess the ability to pass through physical objects. Without any strength of their own, they could only remain trapped inside the ice. Is that so? At this moment, Shifeng revealed a faint smile as he switched places with the doppelganger that stood less than a yard away from the golden ring. He had not hurried to leave and dared to take bold actions, all because he had suddenly recalled something about this golden ring. In the past, the alliance of superpowers had been able to kill the Dark Shaman King because they had managed to destroy one of the NPC's items at the cost of plenty of sacrifices. That item was the Ring of Gospel. It was also the key to killing the Dark Shaman King. The item Raymond had been producing happened to have the shape of a circular ring. As a result, Shifeng could not help but link it with the Ring of Gospel. Since he had already made it all the way here, he naturally could not let such a good opportunity get away. Despicable rat. Die! When Raymond saw Shifeng grabbing the golden ring, he was like a cat that just got its tail stepped on. He literally jumped up in anger before bombarding Shifeng with one Tier 4 spell after another. At this point, he had lost all intentions of making Shifeng a puppet. One after another, silvery white frost lances began shooting at Shifeng from all directions. The cold air radiated by every one of these frost lances made Shifeng shudder. He could also faintly see golden arcs of electricity wreathing these frost lances. As they moved, even their surrounding space showed signs of shattering. Shifeng did not doubt that even one hit from these frost lances would kill him instantly. I can't stay here any longer. This time, Shifeng knew that Raymond was no longer holding back. Immediately, he chose to switch positions with the doppelganger summoned through Phantom Kill. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he switched positions, hundreds of frost lances pierced his doppelganger, killing it on the spot. The doppelganger did not even have time to react. He really is too strong. Standing by the research room's entrance, Shifeng was greatly shocked by this scene. He hurriedly left the room, not daring to remain even a moment longer. Meanwhile, as soon as he exited, he sealed the door, using the moon god's secret key. The instant the room was sealed, Shifeng felt the door shaking violently. Chapter 1310, Moon God's Secret Record. The door of the research room was made using a special method. Moreover, the moon god had reinforced it with divine runes. Even a Tier 5 Grand Wizard would have difficulty leaving a scratch on it. However, the violent tremors of the door made Shifeng doubt it could hold back the Dark Shaman King. After all, Raymond was an NPC capable of becoming the final boss of one of God's domain's major expansion packs. He definitely was not an existence that ordinary Tier 5 NPCs could compare to. In retrospect, considering how several superpowers had needed to work together to defeat Raymond, Shifeng could only conclude that Raymond had to be at the demigod standard already. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng felt that he still wasn't safe. He left the research area right away. When he entered the corridor leading out of the research area, he even used the moon god's secret key to seal off the corridor. Although the corridor's seal was not as powerful as the door of the research room, it could more or less stop Raymond for a short while. After Shifeng left the research area, It was as if he had entered a whole other world. When he exited the corridor, he arrived at a place filled with greenery. He could see hills and waterfalls in the distance, as well as hear bird calls and smell flowers. He could also pick up the roars of many demonic beasts. At the same time, he spotted many demonic patrol squads making the rounds of the forest paths. Although the guards in these demonic patrol squads were not as strong as the demons guarding the inner courtyard, each patrol still consisted of 1 level 70, Tier 3 demonic guard and 9 level 70, Tier 2 demonic soldiers. To Shifeng, who currently couldn't summon his personal guards and mount, they were extremely dangerous opponents. Immediately after, the sound of a system notification entered Shifeng's ears. System, you have discovered the top floor of the Demon Ceiling Tower, Moon God's Space. What? This is the top floor of the Demon Ceiling Tower? Shifeng was stunned when he looked at the system notification. Based on the system map, the Demon Ceiling Tower had a total of 36 floors. Meanwhile, each floor could easily fit a small town inside. If Shifeng had tried climbing from the first floor to the top floor, he would have needed plenty of time. Although he had already steeled himself for a long battle, climbing all 36 floors would not have been an easy task. Previously, Shifeng had still thought that spending 507 luminaries shards to teleport to the research area had not been worth it. Now, however, it would seem that he had just made a huge profit. Immediately, Shifeng found a safe location to hide before adjusting his mental state and organizing the items he looted. From beginning to end, his exchange with Raymond had lasted only 7 or 8 seconds. However, despite this brevity, his stamina and concentration had been depleted as if he had fought normally for several hours. The exchange had taken a severe toll on his concentration, in particular. Due to the frightening pressure Raymond gave off, as well as the NPC's domain, every second he spent fleeing from the NPC was equivalent to fighting against an opponent of equal strength for an hour. In fact, from the moment Shifeng started facing off against Raymond until he exited the research room, Shifeng had not even taken a breath. After all, even the slightest delay in his actions could lead to his death, rendering all his efforts since entering God's domain useless. One could imagine just how much pressure Shifeng felt during those short 7 or 8 seconds. Hence, Shifeng wished to slowly relax his tense mental state. Meanwhile, at the Asura mode regional dungeon Frozen Scar, many of Starmoon Kingdom's powerful and well-known guilds were currently gathered here. There were even large guilds from other kingdoms and empires coming to raid the regional dungeon. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of elite and expert players were at Frozen Scar, and the competition here was considerably intense. In just the few short hours since Frozen Scar became a regional dungeon, over 50,000 elite players had already died in it. This situation immediately deterred members of small guilds and independent players from entering the dungeon. However, in one forest filled with snow, a 1,000-man legion was calmly pressing forward. The legion easily killed off any level 46 Lord-ranked snow yetis and level 45 elite-ranked snow giants and steadily advanced towards the location of the Frost King. When the elite legions of other guilds came across this legion, they would hurriedly avoid it, afraid of provoking it. After all, the guild this 1,000-man legion belonged to was none other than Heaven's Burial, the official number 2 guild of Starmoon Kingdom. Currently, Singular Burial was even personally leading this elite legion. Among the members of this legion, even the weakest was level 41, whereas the experts were level 42. There were even some experts that had reached level 43. Meanwhile, these players were all geared in level 40 top-tier equipment, with the most inferior being fine gold rank and the majority being dark gold rank. The strongest among all these players was Singular Burial. Although he was only level 43, he was equipped with the level 45 dark gold set equipment for Rangers, the 100 Beasts set, and wielded a pitch-black double-string bone bow that gave off the epic rank glow effect. Despite going up against over 50 Frost Yetis and 1,000 Frost Giants, Singular Burial managed to command his team properly and keep the situation under control. In the end, Heaven's Burial's elite legion bombarded these monsters to death without even a break in their front line. This situation inspired serious envy in the players from other guilds watching from afar. Just as Singular Burial and his team were cleaning up the remnant Frost Giants, he suddenly received a communication request. "Ghost, did something happen on your side?" Singular Burial asked as he looked at the indifferent level 43 assassin in the screen. Something happened over at Zero Wing's side, Ghost Shadow reported. For some reason, instead of advancing towards the Frost King, Zero Wing's team has actually turned around and is currently headed towards the Blizzard Fortress. By the looks of it, they are planning on raiding the dungeon. Raiding the Blizzard Fortress? Singular Burial could not help but be stunned. Are you sure? Blizzard Fortress is a level 50 large-scale team dungeon. Why are they even trying to raid it? For them to give up on the Frost King so willingly, could they have discovered something we don't know? The information regarding the Frost King was something he had released to the public himself. Meanwhile, his reason for doing so was to lure Zero Wing's main force over and use the opportunity to weaken it. At the same time, he could also complete his quest. I don't know. However, the information about them heading towards the Blizzard Fortress is definitely true. As for Zero Wing's elite members, they have also left Frozen Scar already. Ghost Shadow was similarly confused by this situation. Killing the Frost King would grant a guild access to Evernight City, yet Zero Wing had actually given up such a good opportunity in favor of raiding a dungeon. Moreover, it was even a level 50 large-scale team dungeon. Even he, an expert who had fought in the virtual gaming world for many years now, could not understand what Zero Wing was trying to do. Forget it. Ignore them for now. You and your men regroup with us as well. The number of guilds joining the competition is growing increasingly higher, so we need to hurry up ourselves. Once we're done with our quest, Starmoon Kingdom will become Heaven's Burial's possession. Even if Zero Wing manages to raid the dungeon, it would be useless, Singular Burial said, sneering. I've really lucked out this time. Sherfong could not help sighing happily as he looked at his bag space. Previously, all of his attention had been on Raymond. Hence, when he was looting, he simply shoved everything he could get his hands on into his bag without caring what they were. Now that he got to take a closer look, however, even Sherfong himself was stupefied by the spoils. Among the items he looted were 8 dark gold alchemy tools. There was also a set of dark gold alchemy tools made from magic jade called the Green Jade set. If placed on the market, this set could easily sell for over 30,000 gold. On its own, magic jade possessed the ability to absorb mana from its surroundings. When made into an alchemy tool, it could pull out the best effects of herbs. In total, the complete set of magic jade alchemy tools increased alchemy success rates by 10% and alchemy production speeds by 20%. There was also a 3% chance for the created product to have its effects strengthened. In the past, even Grandmaster alchemists had been extremely eager to get their hands on such a set. Unfortunately, even super guilds had a very difficult time obtaining a set of dark gold alchemy tools, not to mention something like the Green Jade set. Aside from alchemy tools, Sherfeng's bag had many sheets of ancient, tattered pages. Recorded on these pages were recipes made by the moon god. However, as the pages were dilapidated, they could not be used. After Sherfeng used omniscient eyes to appraise one of the tattered pages, the sound of a system notification suddenly entered his ears. System, ancient tattered page discovered. Repairing it requires 100 magic crystals. Dragonskin parchment sure is amazing. Even after enduring tens of thousands of years of corrosion, it can still be repaired using magic crystals. No wonder gods would use dragonskin parchment to make records in ancient times. Realization dawned upon Sherfeng. Having picked up so many tattered pages, he never hoped that every one of them would still be usable. He would be fine with just one. At the very least, he wouldn't have wasted his precious time trying to collect all these tattered pages. Hence, it was truly surprising that the pages could be repaired. Sherfeng started repairing page after page right away. As he repaired the pages, he also organized them based on the page numbers, and surprisingly, the pages actually automatically combined. After around 10 minutes passed, he was finally done repairing all 31 pages he picked up. Suddenly, the combined pages transformed into a thick, ancient book that radiated a faint trace of divine might. Meanwhile, there were 4 words, written in the ancient divine language, on the cover of this ancient book. Moon God's Secret Record. Chapter 1311, Upgrading to Fragmented Legendary Rank. What? This is the Moon God's Secret Record. Sherfeng stared at the ancient book in his hands time and again, his heart unable to calm down even after some time. Even his breathing right now had bated. There were 5 great alchemy scriptures in God's domain. These 5 great alchemy scriptures were like the Holy Bible to alchemists and were highly sought after. In the past, every alchemist that had managed to get their hands on these alchemy scriptures had become famous individuals in the alchemy world. Meanwhile, one of the 5 great alchemy scriptures was the moon god's secret record. Legend had it that the moon god had edited it extensively. However, many wars had also been waged between kingdoms and empires because of the moon god's secret record, and it ended up divided and scattered all over God's domain. Eventually, with the passage of time, the moon god's secret record had disappeared entirely. Shifeng had never imagined that he would actually come across the moon god's secret record, and even obtain it, in the moonlight courtyard. Following which, he clicked excitedly to check the attribute panel of the moon god's secret record. Moon God's Secret Record, Volume 1. A detailed compilation of the moon god's experiences and techniques in alchemy. There is a total of 3 volumes. One can obtain the moon god's legacy when all 3 volumes are collected. It's actually split into 3 volumes? Shifeng's initially passionate heart cooled down immediately. However, after giving the matter some thought, he found the situation reasonable. The moon god's secret record had been contested by ancient kingdoms and empires many times before. On the other hand, it had been many years since anyone had set foot into the moonlight courtyard. It was clear that the moon god's secret record here did not possess any relation to the ancient wars waged on the continent of God's domain. The only explanation for there being a copy here was that there wasn't only one moon god's secret record. Nevertheless, Shifeng was already very satisfied with this outcome. Among the 3 volumes comprising the moon god's secret record, the first volume contained information regarding the various materials in God's domain. It was like an alchemy encyclopedia. With this book, players could understand the various properties of alchemy materials and establish a solid foundation for when they were trying to create new recipes. The reason why Titan City's research rooms could aid players in reaching the Master and Grandmaster ranks was mainly because of the wealth of information contained within the rooms. Meanwhile, the research information of the moon god was most likely not one bit inferior when compared to the alchemy database of Titan City. The Candlelight trading firm would have a much easier time nurturing master alchemists. Following which, Shifeng stored the moon god's secret record and began checking the other items he obtained. Although Shifeng had placed all of his attention on Raymond inside the research room, before he sprang into action, he had already planned to take away the several items that radiated divine might. Excellent. There are exactly 6 god crystals. Shifeng grew excited as he looked at the 6 items radiating divine might in his bag. Currently, the soul orb was missing only 6 god crystals to remove the first seal Paimon placed. Although there were bound to be many more god crystals, which he had not managed to discover, left inside the research room, Shifeng had spotted only 8 items with a high potential of being used as god crystals. Meanwhile, as he was looting the room, he had managed to grab only 7 of those items. If he had tried going for the last one, there was over a 90% chance that Raymond would have killed him. Fortunately, his insight wasn't too bad. Of the 7 possibles he picked up, after going through the Omniscient Eye's appraisal, 6 were confirmed to be god crystals. That was just the right number to lift the first seal on the soul orb. This was also the reason why he had chosen to challenge the Asura mode promotion quest back then. As long as he removed the first seal, the soul orb would become his item entirely. Even if he died, he would not have to worry about the soul orb being teleported back to Paimon's hands. Even if he failed his promotion quest this time, he would not have made a wasted trip. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng took out the soul orb and started letting it absorb the god crystals one after another. 1 crystal, 2 crystals, 3 crystals. With each god crystal absorbed, the demonic power the soul orb radiated weakened slightly. At the same time, the pressure it emitted also strengthened. When the soul orb absorbed the last god crystal, it suddenly struggled free from Shifeng's grasp and flew up into the air. It then formed in the sky a 7-fold magic array covering a radius of over 1,000 yards. The amount of mana the magic array drew was several times more than when Raymond was mobilizing the mana in the research room. Meanwhile, the pressure the soul orb emitted also transformed into divine might. Like a slumbering dragon awakening, the soul orb made the distant demonic beasts and demons shudder involuntarily, their bodies collapsing to the ground as they became paralyzed with fear. A frightening mana vortex then formed around the soul orb. A will descended from the soul orb with pitch-black demonic power, vying to suppress this will. Who is it? Who dares break my seal? An illusory figure suddenly appeared in midair. Although Shifeng could not get a clear look at this figure's appearance, the way the figure looked down on all life forms and the aura of a ruler the figure exuded prompted Shifeng to lower his head instinctively. Meanwhile, the rage contained in that figure's voice made even Shifeng's soul shudder. Fortunately, when the soul orb broke through the suppression of the demonic power, this illusory figure also disappeared. With the removal of the seal, the soul orb's appearance underwent significant changes. Now, faintly visible golden divine runes circulated on the surface of the orb. Meanwhile, its size also shrank. Previously, it was roughly the same size as an adult's fist. Now, it was only half that size. When the soul orb landed back on Shifeng's palm, he no longer felt like he was under surveillance. Soul Orb, Fragmented legendary rank item. Originally a fragment of the Treasure of Illusion. However, due to being refined by the demon god Paimon, the fragment's true power has been sealed. Currently, a small portion of its power has been repaired. Additional active skill 1-. Soul Water. Creates soul water from the souls willingly contributed by players. No cooldown. Every 50 souls of players absorbed will produce 1 drop of soul water. Additional active skill 2-. Crystal of Souls. Creates a crystal of souls through absorbing a portion of monsters' souls. No cooldown. Every 30 souls of monsters at Great Lord rank or above absorbed will produce 1 crystal of souls. Monster's level must be 5 levels higher than Wielder. Additional active skill 3-. Divine Power Absorption. Absorbs divine power to recover the soul orb itself. There are a total of 3 seals. The removal of the second seal requires 10 god crystals. Current absorbed number, 0. Although demon god Paimon has sealed the soul orb, it has been awakened by the golden stigmata. The seal can be removed by absorbing divine power. Cannot be destroyed. Owner, Yifeng. If this item is wielded by anyone else, they will receive a backlash from both demonic power and divine power. Amazing. These attributes are truly amazing. Shifeng was astounded by the text introduction of the soul orb. Back when the soul orb was still at epic rank, it was already plenty amazing. Now that it had recovered and reached the fragmented legendary rank, its attributes had become even more awesome. Not only was the number of souls required for the soul water halved, but now he could even produce the crystal of souls. Although making a crystal of souls was much more troublesome than the process for the soul water, the crystal of souls was an item that could be obtained only through luck in God's domain. Meanwhile, the crystal of souls could not only raise a player's focus like the soul water could, but also gather mana around itself, allowing players to remain at peak mental conditions and further increasing their focus. Moreover, the crystal of souls had a duration of 5 hours, while its cooldown was 10 hours. In God's domain, the Crystal of Souls could rank within the top 10 among the various support items for combat players. Normally, the crystal could only be found in ancient ruins. Now that the soul orb had gained such an ability, Shifeng could not help but wish he could immediately set out and massacre a bunch of great lords. Moreover, even if he died now, the soul orb would not drop from his bag. He could move about without fear. At the same time, without the surveillance of the demon god, dark players would have a difficult time finding out that the soul orb was in his hands. However, Shifeng did not know that after he lifted the seal, a commotion erupted among all the dark forces. The original bounty Paimon had placed on Shifeng had already tempted many people into action. Now, however, the bounty became even more lavish. System. Demon god Paimon has sent out a recovery order for the soul orb. As long as one can kill the soul orb's wielder and obtain the soul orb, demon god Paimon will personally promote them to the Viscount rank as well as provide abundant rewards. Those who wish to accept the quest need to pay 2,000 magic crystals. Do you wish to accept the quest? This quest is valid long-term and can be accepted at any time. This quest does not have a time limit. When this recovery order was released, it immediately tempted countless dark players into action. It was already plenty difficult to get promoted to the Baron rank. Yet now the demon god Paimon was actually offering to raise them directly to the Viscount rank, which was 1 rank higher than Baron. How could they not be tempted? Elsewhere, Shifeng remained ignorant of this matter. He simply sat quietly beneath a tree as he carefully admired the golden ring he had stolen from the Dark Shaman King, Raymond. Chapter 13:12 Madness Among the Dark. Dark Knight Empire, Headwind Outpost. Headwind Outpost was a level 50 to level 70 high-resource map, located close to the imperial capital Dark City. Strong winds blew here all year round, but due to the wind's dark corrosion effect, very few people were willing to level up or quest here. However, a 100-man team currently fought a large group of Cyclopes in the area. The Cyclopes were level 53 and level 54. Some wielded swords and shields, some wielded chains, and some wielded bows. The Cyclopes standing at the rear even controlled ballistas to attack from range. These Cyclops were much more intelligent than the monsters in lower-level maps, and they were capable of fighting as a team. There were even chieftain and lord rank Cyclopes that issued proper commands. From time to time, they also snuck around the players and targeted the enemy healers themselves. However, the players facing these intelligent Cyclopes remained unperturbed by their enemy's intelligence. A level 43 shield warrior wielding a square, scaled shield easily blocked 3 level 54 lords as they tried to break through the front line. Even after blocking the assault, the shield warrior only lost a little over 4,000 HP. Meanwhile, this HP recovered instantly as the MT received a heal from a healer in the rear. Suddenly, a level 44 berserker charged forward as he swung his spear horizontally. Whirlwind slash. Immediately, a violent gale knocked the 3 level 54 Cyclops generals back, forcing them to retreat by 3 steps. A damage of minus 15,000 also appeared above each of their heads. The 3 lords were enraged as they swung their massive stone axes at the berserker from 3 different directions. Scram! Roaring, the berserker relied on a mysterious body technique to avoid the incoming attacks. His spear spun as he reacted. Cleave. With a single attack, the berserker threw all 3 Cyclops generals to the ground, a damage of over minus 20,000 appearing on each of their heads. The 3 Cyclops generals' ambush attempt was thoroughly foiled. Boss Brute is so strong. He dealt with 3 Cyclops generals, all by himself. Someone on the team exclaimed. This is nothing for Boss Brute. Boss Brute is the number 2 berserker in our Sin of Pride. If Boss Brute transforms, he can easily handle 10 Cyclops generals at once, much less 3. A black-clad ranger boasted. Many of the team members looked at Brute's spear with reverent gazes. Throughout the Sin of Pride, Brute's spear was the first person to become a demon baron. When Brute's spear entered his demonic state, he even had the power to rival Tier 2 players. If he completed his promotion and became a Tier 2 player himself, his prowess would be unimaginable. He might even rank within the top 10 in the Sin of Pride. In a super guild, he would be peerless aside from those old monsters. Stop chit-chatting and finish these Cyclops off. We're not here to grind monsters. Brute Spear reprimanded his people in the team chat. Hearing Brute Spear's words, everyone refocused as they began to attack in a frenzy. Suddenly, they all heard the sound of a system notification. System. Demon God Paimon has sent out a recovery order for the Soul Orb. As long as one can kill the Soul Orb's wielder and obtain the Soul Orb, Demon God Paimon will personally promote them to the Viscount rank, as well as reward them with an abundant amount of rewards. Those who wish to accept the quest needs to pay 2,000 magic crystals. Do you wish to accept the quest? This quest is valid long-term and can be accepted at any time. This quest does not have a time limit. Crap! Am I seeing things? A Viscount. The notification stunned every member of the team. Throughout the Sin of Pride, only Brute Spear had become a baron. There wasn't a single Viscount among all of the players in the Flower of 7 Sins, much less the Sin of Pride. A demon Viscount was on an entirely different power level. When they transformed, their physiques would improve by 50%. The boost was even greater than when players completed their Tier 2 promotion. Even now, no one throughout the Flower of 7 Sins was close to becoming a Viscount, yet a single quest offered the position as a reward. Boss Brute, the rewards are intense. Should we accept the quest? The black-clad ranger, Chinsu, quietly asked Brute Spear. Only a few of them knew that Frost Eye currently had the Soul Orb. Previously, the demon god had only stated that those who recovered the Soul Orb would earn a reward. At most, the quest awarded some reputation. This was of little use to Brute Spear, who was already a baron. However, the situation had changed. If the sin of pride had a demon viscount, it would gain an edge over the other 6 sins. A viscount. Even Brute Spear was tempted. Immediately, however, he shook his head and said, "We're talking about taking on Frost Eye. I think we should inform Big Sis and let her decide." Chen Su nodded in agreement. Chen Su had witnessed Frost Eye's strength personally. Frost Eye was an expert capable of killing Hell Fiend, someone who held the title of adjudicator in King's Return, and he had gotten away safely. Moreover, Frost Eye had defeated Brute Spear in just a few moves. He was not an expert to be underestimated. Meanwhile, on a bronze speedboat in the Reef Sea, 100 Leaves, who currently led the Freedom Alliance's 8th Fleet, had also received the message from demon god Paimon. When she read the system notification, she was stunned. Just what did he do to demon god Paimon? He's caused enough trouble for Paimon to announce one bounty after another. When 100 Leaves saw the system notification, she could not help but recall the mysterious Shifeng. Dark players like herself would die to form some sort of relationship with the demon god. However, Shifeng was driving the demon god mad, going as far as to offer the rank of Viscount as a bounty reward. This is going to be interesting. The guild leader might even decide to stop ignoring the guy. 100 Leaves could not help but smile. She had been greatly displeased when her guild leader had told her to give up on pursuing Shifeng. However, the situation had changed. If the sacred temple had a demon Viscount, it would greatly help the guild's future plans. For a time, demon god Paimon's bounty tempted many dark experts, and many of them accepted the quest. They also began to research the soul orb and its wielder's identity. Meanwhile, Shifeng was wholly ignorant of this matter as he inspected the golden ring. The more he inspected it, the more excited he became. Everything was as he had guessed. The golden ring was indeed the ring of gospel. Meanwhile, it was because of this ring that Raymond had obtained the confidence to contend with God's domain's various countries. In the past, the various super guilds had been helpless against the NPC individually. Only after working together and sacrificing tons of expert and elite players had these super guilds destroyed the ring and defeated the Dark Shaman King Raymond. Ring of Gospel Unfinished Product, Epic Rank Item. Crafted by the Dark Shaman King after gathering the world's energy, this ring contains a miniature world. The ring can suppress an area's space, granting the wielder absolute dominance over the space. Additional skill 1-. World Projection. Suppress a radius of 3,000 yards. All enemies within the area cannot use teleportation tools, or teleportation-type skills, and communication with the outside world is severed. Weakens enemies' physiques by 30% and decreases basic attributes by 20%. Maintaining world projection costs 5,000 magic crystals every 10 minutes. No cooldown. Cannot be used before binding. Additional skill 2-. Ring of Brilliance. Improves all allies' physiques by 10% and increases basic attributes by 10% within a 1,000-yard radius. Increases an area's mana density by 100%. Maintaining Ring of Brilliance costs 2,000 magic crystals every 30 minutes. No cooldown. Cannot be used before binding. As the Ring of Gospel's external divine runes and magic arrays and inner world are incomplete, the ring cannot exhibit its full strength. Only after the divine runes, magic arrays, and inner world are complete will the ring exhibit its full strength. Current completion rate, 30%. Not bound. As soon as Shifeng finished reading the statistics, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, do you wish to bind the Ring of Gospel? Chapter 1313 World Barrier. Seeing the system notification, Shifeng immediately thought to click the bind button. In God's domain, some weapons and equipment needed to be bound before they could be used. Once bound, the item could no longer be traded, and only the player it was bound to could use it. The item's value would reduce significantly. When bound items became outdated and players no longer needed them, they would become utterly worthless. Unlike non-bound items that could be sold to other players for a low price, bound items could only be stored in a warehouse or destroyed. However, the Ring of Gospel was clearly not in the same category. It was neither a weapon nor armor. It could even be used from within a player's bag. Moreover, according to the description of its skills, the Ring of Gospel was incredibly powerful. It wouldn't become less useful as time passed. Binding it was definitely worthwhile. However, as soon as the first system notification faded, another followed. System. Due to the miniature world's extremely unstable nature inside the Ring of Gospel, if you wish to bind the ring, you must expend 30,000 magic crystals every 7 days to stabilize the miniature world. If you do not meet the requirement within 7 days, the Ring of Gospel will crumble. You will also receive a backlash, permanently decreasing your physique by 30%. What a steep price. Even current first-rate guilds wouldn't be able to keep this thing well-fed. Shurfong could not help his astonishment when he saw the second system notification. Magic crystals had already become a daily necessity for the various large guilds. They expended a frightening amount each day despite only accumulating a small number. The majority of God's Domain's first-rate guilds only had a stock of around 60,000 magic crystals. It had taken them a long time to accumulate so many, yet it was only enough to sustain the Ring of Gospel for 2 weeks. The Ring of Gospel was practically a crystal-devouring beast. Armed with this new information, Shurfong decided not to bind the Ring of Gospel for now. After all, he couldn't feed it as needed at the moment. Following which, Shurfong stored the Ring of Gospel. He decided to bind with the ring only after Zero Wing was capable of earning a sufficient amount of magic crystals. After all, Zero Wing was still in its development phase and urgently needed magic crystals. After a short rest, he decided to explore the Moon God's space. His Tier 2 promotion quest's goal was to seal the Demon King. The Moon God's space was vast. It could even rival the game's large-scale maps. Since Shurfong didn't know the Demon King's exact location, he had to search the map bit by bit. More demonic patrol squads are showing up. Shurfong frowned quietly, observed the patrolling demons from the treetops. He had spent several hours exploring the Moon God's space. Initially, he had only occasionally encountered a patrol squad in the outer edges of the Moon God's space. However, the deeper he ventured, the more patrol squads he came across. Now, after reaching the map's inner area, he wasn't able to proceed. If he advanced carelessly, he would either alert the demonic patrol squads or the wandering demonic beasts. Regardless of which he fought, the outcome would be the same. Aside from the demonic patrol squads, Shurfong noticed level 65 magic light dragonlings fly past him from time to time. If they found him, he would find his death. This should be the furthest I can move while avoiding detection. From this point on, I'll have to fight my way through. Shurfong glanced at the wandering level 70 demonic beasts. Soloing a demonic patrol squad was simply too dangerous. However, he could try to take on the demonic beasts that wandered alone. Two-headed demonic wolf, demonic beast lord. Level 70. HP 220000/22000000. After another demonic patrol squad moved past, Shurfong retrieved blazing meteor from his waist and threw it at a two-headed demonic wolf that was currently sleeping on the grass. Flame God's Fury. A dazzling explosion smashed into the demonic wolf's back. Minus 62,197. Not bad. It seems the demonic wolf's defense isn't particularly high. With my damage, I should be able to kill it quickly. Shurfong evaluated. The demonic patrol squads followed a specific pattern in the Moon God's space. However, the demonic beasts did not. If the fight dragged on, he would likely attract a pack of Lord-ranked demonic beasts. At that time, even escape would be difficult. As the two-headed demonic wolf whimpered, it turned to Shurfong with a chilling gaze. It then dashed towards its attacker. Shurfong turned and fled, luring the demonic beast away from the path of the demonic patrol squads. The two-headed demonic wolf was very fast. Despite activating Windwalk, it caught up to Shurfong quickly. Its two heads then bit at the swordsman from two different directions. Turning his feet, Shurfong spun, his head only centimeters away from the demonic wolf's right maw as the latter moved past him. With the demonic wolf's side exposed, Shurfong activated Phantom Kill and Nine Dragons Slash. Working with his doppelganger, he then launched a series of attacks at the two-headed demonic wolf's soft belly, both dealing over minus 10,000 damage with each attack. Although the two-headed demonic wolf tried to turn and retaliate, Shurfeng's physique rivaled that of a Tier 2 player. Both he and his doppelganger remained at the demonic wolf's side. The demonic wolf was too massive to defend itself or counter the attacks. After 10 minutes or so, the level 72-headed demonic wolf collapsed before Shifeng's feet. From start to end, it hadn't even scratched Shifeng. This place is quite good. Not only do the monsters here award EXP, but they also drop 7 luminary shards. Shifeng rejoiced when he noticed an inconspicuous crystal shard beside the 2-headed demonic wolf's corpse. Previously, to reach the research area, he had spent 507 luminary shards. The expenditure had been painful. Now that he knew that the demonic beasts gave EXP and 7 luminary shards, he regained his motivation. After picking up the shard, Shifeng proceeded to lure more monsters. Time passed quickly. While Shifeng grinded demonic beasts, the battles in the Asura mode regional dungeon Frozen Scar were unceasing. However, these battles were not between players. Rather, they were battles between players and snow giants. As more time passed, the commanders leading the teams from the various large guilds discovered something. The snow giants were growing stronger. After fighting repeated fights with the players, the snow giants had begun to learn the players' combat techniques, becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. This slowed the various large guilds' progress through the Frozen Scar. In contrast, Heaven's Burial's team rested leisurely in the Frozen Scar. Not a single snow giant could be seen. Logically, this shouldn't be possible. This was all due to the dozen or so one-horned humanoid monsters not far from the team. Hundreds of snow giant corpses littered the ground around these humanoid monsters. It's about time. Blood, tell Abandoned Wave that he can make his move now. I don't want the Frost King to fall into the other guild's hands, Singular Burial instructed after glancing at the system clock. I'll notify him right away. I believe he is eager to get started, Flame Blood said as he tasted his lips. The various guilds thought that they could kill the Frost King. However, none of them knew that they were no more than a sacrifice. The Frozen Scar's inner region was slightly special. An ancient magic array suppressed the area. Players couldn't use teleportation scrolls here. This just so happened to provide Abandoned Wave with the opportunity to devour these guilds' elites. Elsewhere, Shifeng killed demonic beasts in the forest relentlessly. After grinding for more than a day, his level had risen from level 51 to 23% of level 53. His leveling speed was astonishing. With Divine Providence's luck bonus, Shifeng killed a 2-headed demonic wolf and obtained a 7 luminary shard and a piece of equipment. Picking up the equipment, Shifeng appraised it with omniscient eyes. The piece I want has finally dropped. Shifeng's eyes shone in excitement as he looked at the item in his hands. This piece of equipment was none other than the belt for the Shadow Moon set that he needed. Now that he had the belt, he had finally completed the Shadow Moon set equipment. As Shifeng was about to store the belt in his bag, a beam of black light shot into the air a short distance away, piercing through the clouds. Immediately after, the roar of a dragon echoed throughout the moon god's space, the resulting tremors nearly causing Shifeng to lose his balance. One roar after another shook the area. Although these dragon roars sounded different, the pressure they gave off was similarly powerful. How is this possible? Shifeng was stunned as he looked to the sky. A massive pathway had opened up in the air. It was as if the black beam had pierced the barrier between worlds and linked them. 5 adult dragons stood on the pathway. Chapter 13-14, Challenging the Limit. Why are so many dragons here? The scene in the sky stupefied Shifeng. Even during ancient times, dragons had been extremely rare. Moreover, dragons normally preferred to live alone instead of in groups. Seeing several magic light dragonlings move as a group was unbelievable enough. Yet now Shifeng stared at 5 adult dragons that had just appeared. If these 5 dragons emerged in God's domain, they could easily turn an entire empire into ash. Adult dragons were Tier 5 legendary monsters. Including their high life rating, not even Tier 5 NPCs could take them down. Slaying a single dragon would require a group of such NPCs. If 5 dragons worked together, the outcome would be simply devastating. Although a path had opened across the world barrier, it was extremely unstable. The spatial turbulence even posed a great threat to adult dragons. It would not be so easy for the dragons to enter the moon god's space from another world. Meanwhile, the beam of black light was attempting to stabilize the spatial channel. However, this gave Shifeng a hint. The moon god's space was simply too large. Even after a full day of exploration, Shifeng had only covered a small fraction of the map. He would have to invest a lot more time if he wanted to explore the whole thing. Now that the black light pillar had caused such a large commotion, needless to say, the light pillar must be related to his quest. Shifeng immediately set off towards the black pillar's origin. Although the light pillar did not seem far away, in reality, it was the complete opposite. Reaching its origin would take a very long time. Furthermore, as Shifeng grew closer to the pillar, so did the demonic beasts. Many of the demonic patrol squads were also gathering towards the light pillar, making them even more difficult to avoid. As Shifeng finished killing several demonic beasts, the light pillar in the sky suddenly disappeared, following which the spatial channel closed. Did it fail? Shifeng could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the black pillar vanish. If the spatial channel stabilized, it went without saying that the 5 dragons would enter the moon god's space. Shifeng reached this conclusion after watching the 5 dragons attempt to barge through the spatial channel. However, due to the spatial turbulence, they had given up. The spatial currents were as strong as Tier 5 spells, yet when they struck the dragons, they had only left a few white marks on the monster's scales. It was simply due to so many spatial currents that the 5 dragons had been forced out of the channel. The currents couldn't actually damage the dragons. If the 5 dragons entered the moon god's space, Shifeng would likely fail his promotion quest. However, despite the threat of the dragons disappearing, Shifeng didn't dare to be careless as he tried to find a way to kill the demonic beasts in his path faster. Finally, after nearly 20 hours, he reached the black light pillar's origin. During this time, the light pillar had appeared once again. Compared to the previous appearance, though, the second spatial channel was a little more stable. However, it still disappeared without letting the dragons through. From this, Shifeng realized that, each time the light pillar pierced the world barrier, the spatial channel would become more stable. It was only a matter of time before the 5 dragons entered the moon god's space. The black light pillar had originated from inside a large canyon. Trees and shrubbery decorated the area. A temple, neglected for many years, occupied the canyon's center. The temple stood several hundred meters tall, looming like a large mountain. Many black, stone pillars had been erected around the temple, and every pillar was decorated with complex, demonic runes. Moreover, each black pillar automatically gathered the surrounding mana. These black pillars had been arranged to form a massive magic array that constantly absorbed the moon god's space's mana. The gathered mana was then concentrated in the center of the magic array and formed a massive, floating ball of water. To Shifeng, this floating ball of water was extremely familiar. This was none other than the liquid mana he had seen in the war god's temple's eternal throne. However, the 9 balls of liquid mana the 9 lords had conjured had only been as large as a house. In comparison, the ball of liquid mana before him was the size of a 7-story building. Hundreds of Tier 3 demonic wizards stood below the ball of water, chanting incantations. A tall, large demon with bat-like wings directed the liquid mana into a magic array that had been carved into the ground. As a result, the magic array gradually activated and released a frightening pressure. The Demon King really is here. Shifeng couldn't help but shift his gaze towards the tall demon with 2 flaming horns sprouting from its forehead. This demon was none other than his quest target, Demon King Storas. Storas, Dark Creature, Demon King. Level 72. HP? / However, it wasn't the Demon King that gave him a headache, but the hundreds of Tier 3 demons. Demonic Wizard, Dark Creature, Demon. Level 70. HP 33,000/33,000,000. A single demonic wizard was enough a threat for Shifeng, not to mention several hundred. If these demons reached God's domain, they could raid and capture countless major NPC cities. Facing so many alone was suicidal. Shifeng was in a bind. With the demonic wizards surrounding Storas, he couldn't even approach the Demon King, much less seal the monster. No, I should still have a chance. Shifeng suddenly remembered something as he looked at the massive array the liquid mana powered. In God's domain, liquid mana was even more precious than 7 luminaries crystals. This was because the mana within liquid mana was purer. However, very few people in God's domain were willing to use liquid mana, as it was too pure. Ordinary players couldn't use it. At the very least, one needed to reach the Tier 4 standard before even thinking of using liquid mana. Although Storas maintained the magic array, the demonic wizards were only Tier 3. They should not be able to maintain the magic array for long. Once they reached their limit, they would succumb to a weakened state for a certain period. Considering his options, Shifeng decided to wait. If things turned out the way he assumed, then he still had a chance to complete his promotion quest. If not, he may have to give up. Time passed quickly. Soon, liquid mana filled the temple. Suddenly, Storas shouted and activated the magic array. Another pillar of black light then shot up from the temple and pierced the world barrier. After this phenomenon continued for half an hour, the magic array deactivated, and the light pillar disappeared. Immediately after, the demonic wizards slumped to the ground, their backs covered in sweat. It was obvious that maintaining the magic array had taken a huge toll on their bodies. Good. It's just as I expected. Shifeng revealed his excitement as the demonic wizards dropped. These demonic wizards suffered from a debuff called Magic Backlash. Magic Backlash. All attributes decreased by 95%. Unable to use any spells for a short time. Even Demon King Storas suffered a weaker version of Magic Backlash. His attributes decreased by 95%. Though, unlike the demonic wizards, Storas could still use spells. However, Shifeng did not hurry to attack. Instead, he continued to watch from afar. 6 seconds. 7 seconds. 8 seconds. Shifeng's gaze was fixed on the demon's every action as he inwardly counted the debuff's duration. Magic Backlash's description did not state how long it lasted. He would only have one chance to seal a Tier 5 Demon King. He needed to be prepared when he took action. There's only a 10-second gap? This quest is harsh. Shifeng smiled bitterly as he watched the system clock. After 10 seconds, the demonic wizards began to stand up. Although they were still in a weakened state, their attributes had recovered to 50% of their totals. Moreover, they could cast spells again. The Demon King Storas had already fully recovered. Before sealing Storas, Shifeng needed to damage him severely. However, even if a Tier 5 Demon King only had 10% of its attributes, he was still a frightening existence. Even if Shifeng could weaken Storas further with the 7 Luminaries Source Stone, wounding the Demon King in 10 short seconds was impossible. After all, Shifeng was aware of how frightening a Tier 5 existence could be. It seems I can only use the Ring of Gospel and give it a try. Shifeng retrieved the Ring of Gospel and bound it to himself. The Ring of Gospel's 2 activatable skills could suppress the Demon King and boost Shifeng's power. This was the strongest card he could play. Again, time passed quickly. After another dozen or so hours, the temple's magic array was fully charged once more. Another pillar of black light pierced the sky. Activate. The instant the light pillar faded, Shifeng activated World Projection and Ring of Brilliance before charging towards Demon King Storas. Chapter 13-15, Asura vs. Demon King. The instant the black pillar disappeared, the demonic wizards and Demon King Storas breathed a sigh of relief. In the next moment, however, a powerful pressure descended on them. The demons, weakened from the ritual, succumbed to yet another attribute decrease. In the blink of an eye, the demonic wizards, who originally had 33 million HP, only had 1,320,000 HP remaining. In terms of basic attributes, they were not even a match for level 70 common monsters. The Demon King Stora's HP was still unknown, and his aura was still considerably powerful. Any normal player bathed in this aura would feel as if they had just stepped into a muddy swamp as their movements grew sluggish. A Tier 5 Demon King really is powerful. Shifeng inwardly celebrated the fact that he had the 7 Luminaries Source Stone. If he had only relied on the Magic Backlash debuff and the Ring of Gospel skills, Storas would have killed him. Following which, Shifeng activated the 7 Luminaries Source Stone, the stone releasing a dazzling, red glow. Miniature, golden magic arrays began to form around Storas. Golden chains then emerged from the magic arrays, the chains sapping away the Demon King's power. Now, Shifeng no longer saw Storas as an unreachable opponent. Despicable human. Why do you have that? Storas' blood-red eyes turned to Shifeng in rage. However, upon seeing Shifeng's tear, a human-like sneer appeared on his face. Do you think that a puny Tier 1 swordsman like you can kill me just by suppressing my power? Foolish mortal, you'll pay for your foolishness. Storas stretched out his hand and summoned a bone spear. He then lightly tossed the weapon at Shifeng, who was still over 40 yards away. Show! The spear shot towards Shifeng like a meteor, so fast that Shifeng could barely see it. So fast. Shifeng was surprised. Storas had been weakened 3 times over. World projection alone had reduced his physique by 30% normally. This was a massive disadvantage for both high-tiered monsters and players. Yet, even after such severe debuffs, Storas was still frighteningly strong in all aspects. With no other choice, Shifeng immediately activated Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation before executing parry. Pung! The instant his swords collided with the bone spear, Shifeng lost all sensation in his arms. He was also forced to take 4 steps back. His strength is still at the peak of Tier 3? Glancing at the vanishing bone spear, Shifeng gained a general understanding of Storas' current prowess. The realization shocked him. Normally, only Grand Lords with unique bloodlines could exert strength at the peak of Tier 3. Or they were Grand Lords who had gone berserk. This was also the maximum power he achieved in his previous life. Only now did Shifeng understand why Charlene had said that Asura mode represented mortals' limits. Fortunately, his quest didn't require him to kill Demon King Storas. Following which, Shifeng activated Absolute Time and Instant Strike before appearing in front of Storas. Storas maintained his calm as if he had prepared for this. Immediately, another bone spear formed in his hand, forming a white arc as it swept towards Shifeng. The white arc was accompanied by a faint black line, proof that the attack had cut through space itself. Although Storas couldn't use skills or spells, he was still capable of executing advanced combat techniques. Instinctively, Shifeng executed Sword's Orbit. In the blink of an eye, countless sparks flew around Storas and Shifeng. As the weapons met, the clash sounded like an explosion, echoing throughout the temple. Although Shifeng had an advantage with his speed, Storas easily predicted Shifeng's movements, reacting nimbly to every attack by either blocking or dodging. The difference between the combatants' physiques was obvious at a glance. Shifeng couldn't inflict even the slightest damage. Mortal, you're doing pretty good. You've actually forced me to dodge. You are a first among mortals. Storas was very calm as he looked at Shifeng. He even had the leisure to praise his enemy. Unfortunately, you've reached your limit. In just another few seconds, I will give you a taste of true despair. My limit? Shifeng smiled at the calm Demon King. Who said this was my limit? Shifeng had expected such a stalemate. After all, this was not his first time against a Tier 5 monster. He knew just how terrifying such an existence was. He then activated Phantom Kill and 9 Dragons Slash. As soon as Shifeng's doppelganger appeared, it too activated Instant Strike. With the attacks from the 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms, even with peak, Tier 3 strength, Storas was forced to defend himself. The Abyssal Blade Phantoms even landed the occasional hit. Unfortunately, the Phantoms' damage was abysmal. -1. The Phantoms had only dealt an obligatory 1 damage. Storas' defense hadn't weakened in the slightest. His defense was still at the Tier 5 standard. Just scratching Storas was impossible, much less inflicting heavy injuries. Stop wasting your energy. A measly mortal like you can't harm me even if I stand here and do nothing. Ridicule filled Storas' gaze as he looked down at Shifeng. No, that's not right. As Shifeng began to despair, he realized something. If Storas had the defense of a Tier 5 existence, why had the Demon King defended himself? If his attacks had been useless to begin with, Storas wouldn't have had to dodge or block his attacks. The Demon King could have stood there as he waited for 10 seconds to pass. Moreover, his promotion quest's clear condition was to seal Storas. This showed that Storas had some sort of weakness. As long as he found that weakness, he could seal Storas. Hence, Storas defended himself. Omniscient eyes. Sure enough, there is a weakness. Shifeng immediately discovered a hidden magic array over Storas' heart. Currently, some kind of power suppressed the magic array. It resisted the golden chains around Storas' body, preventing the chains from exhibiting their greatest power. Damn it! Has he found it? Storas' gaze turned chilly when he noticed the magic array's surface in Shifeng's eyes. Hurriedly, he pulled away from the swordsman. As long as he survived for 10 seconds, He could deal with this pest even with the magic array's suppression. You want to run? As Stora's retreated, the Demon King confirmed Shifeng's suspicion. Divine steps. Immediately, 10 doppelgangers surrounding Stora's. With Shifeng in the lead, the 10 doppelgangers swung their swords at the Demon King, their target being the magic array over his heart. Die! Suddenly, Stora's went berserk as he thrust his spear at Shifeng and his doppelgangers. The spear had a longer reach than one-handed swords. Before Shifeng's swords could reach the magic array, his spear would penetrate Shifeng. With Shifeng's attributes, he only needed one attack to kill the swordsman. Very quickly, Stora's stabbed Shifeng and all 10 of his doppelgangers, revealing a vicious smile. However, the doppelganger directly behind Stora's, which had already been stabbed numerous times, revealed a smile, the killing ray in its hand abruptly piercing Stora's heart. Illusory shadow. Killing ray passed through Stora's heart and destroyed the crystal that suppressed the sealing magic array. Chapter 13:16. Tier 2 Promotion. When the crystal in Stora's heart shattered, the power, which had been suppressing the sealing magic array, started to dissipate. At the same time, the golden chains grew stronger, sapping away Stora's power. No! No! Stora's desperately tried to break free from the chain's bindings. However, no matter how hard he struggled, the golden chains remained. On the contrary, they dragged Stora's into the pitch-black portal that had appeared behind him. Eventually, Stora's vanished into the portal. As the seal contained Stora's, the demonic wizards were forced out of the map, as if the moon god's space had rejected them. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng stood alone in the temple. He then heard the sound of a system notification. System, congratulations. You have cleared the Asura mode promotion quest. Rewarding 60 legacy skill points. Activating Tier 2 legacy skill menu. System, congratulations. You have been promoted to a Tier 2 Blade Saint. All attributes plus 150, all resistances plus 30, attack power and attack speed increased by 20%, all attributes increased by 50%, and physique improved by 50%. System, congratulations. You have completed your Tier 2 promotion quest. Please head to the Adventurers Association to complete the Tier 2 promotion procedures. System, congratulations. You have completed your Tier 2 promotion quest. If you wish to leave, you may head to the teleportation array in the Moon God's Temple's main hall and exit the Dark Canyon. It's finally over? Shifeng slumped to the ground powerlessly. He was both physically and mentally exhausted. When he saw the system notifications, though, joy bloomed in his heart. The instant he was promoted to Tier 2, his basic attributes and physique improved significantly. Even if he wore secret silver equipment, he could easily take out a Tier 2 lord. This was the frightening part of Tier 2 classes. Their strength was on an entirely different level compared to Tier 1 classes. Moreover, because the Blade Saint class was one of the 10 Great Saint classes, his Tier 2 boost was even greater than normal classes. Normally, hidden classes only provided some extra basic attributes. On the other hand, the Blade Saint class provided an extra 10% to his physique. In the past, Shifeng could have been considered an expert, yet during his Tier 2 promotion quest, he had only cleared the hard mode difficulty. Now, however, he had completed the Asura mode Tier 2 promotion quest. The difference between his present and past self was like heaven and earth. In God's domain, expert players attempted to complete higher difficulty promotion quests due to the potential rewards. This was especially true when it came to legacy skill points. Normally, players only obtained one legacy skill point every 3 levels. One could also obtain some by completing special quests. However, these special quests were extremely rare, and they didn't award many legacy skill points. Accumulating legacy skill points was typically very difficult. Depending on the promotion quest's difficulty, it would award a different number of legacy skill points. In the past, Shifeng had only received 20 legacy skill points after completing his hard mode promotion quest, yet he had received 60 points after completing this Asura mode quest. The additional 40 points were the equivalent of 120 levels. After including the points he had accumulated previously, Shifeng now had a total of 72 legacy skill points. He could easily learn several powerful Tier 2 legacy skills. There sure are a lot of Tier 2 legacy skills unlocked. Shifeng's eyes shone as he opened the legacy skill menu. When he had been Tier 1, he had only had 6 Tier 2 legacy skills available. Now, however, he had 17 Tier 2 skills to choose from. However, Tier 2 skills required far more legacy skill points to unlock. Even the most ordinary skill cost 6 points to unlock. That was 3 times more than ordinary Tier 1 skills. Among the 17 Tier 2 skills, 11 required 6 points to unlock. Among the remaining 6, 2 were Tier 2 Berserk skills. One was an option to upgrade Blade Liberation to Tier 2, and another was called Blade Awakening. These 2 Berserk skills each had their own specialties. Blade Liberation improved the user's basic attributes. As for Blade Awakening, although it provided a much lower bonus to the user's basic attributes, the skill improved the user's physique. Both were undoubtedly precious. As Shifeng had already learned Blade Liberation, he didn't have to spend as many points to upgrade it to Tier 2, only requiring 20 legacy skill points. Blade Awakening, on the other hand, required 40 points. Most players wouldn't have 40 points even after completing their Tier 2 promotion. Only someone like him, who had cleared the Asura mode promotion quest, could possibly afford such an expenditure. Without hesitation, Shifeng learned both Berserk skills, spending all 60 legacy skill points he just earned instantly. Legacy Berserk skills were extremely rare even among hidden classes. Not many hidden classes possessed such skills. Moreover, legacy Berserk skills could stack with non-legacy Berserk skills. They were must-have legacy skills as they could save his life during crucial moments. Blade Liberation had already saved his life many times. He had decided to spend the points to upgrade it due to how much time it took to increase his proficiency with the skill. He did not have the time to wait for the skill to reach Tier 2. As for Blade Awakening, needless to say, an additional Berserk skill was an additional trump card. Although Blade Liberation and Blade Awakening couldn't be used at the same time, they were interchangeable, further increasing his survivability. Blade Liberation action type. Requires sword. Tier 2, proficiency needed to upgrade to Tier 3, 0/50,000. Grants player unparalleled strength for 24 seconds. Effect varies based on the weapon's unlocked potential. Player is weakened once the duration ends. All attributes decrease by 70% for 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Cooldown 7 hours. Blade Awakening action type. Requires sword. Tier 2, proficiency needed to upgrade to Tier 3, 0/50,000. Improves the player's attributes and physique for 24 seconds. Effect varies based on the weapon's unlocked potential. Player is weakened once the duration ends. All attributes decrease by 70% for 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Cooldown 7 hours. Aside from these 2 Berserk skills, Shifeng spent his remaining legacy skill points to unlock Shadow Blade, a skill that needed exactly 12 points. Shadow Blade action type. Requires sword. Tier 2, proficiency needed to upgrade to Tier 3, 0/30,000. Every attack can invoke shadows to attack the target. Every shadow possesses 120% of user's strength and causes 100% darkness damage. Accumulate 1 shadow every 3 seconds. Can hold a maximum of 9 shadows. Cooldown 3 seconds. Although it was not as powerful as a sure kill skill, it had its own power in how often it could be used. Now that I've finished learning my skills, I should head back and deal with my Tier 2 promotion procedures. Shifeng was quite satisfied with the Tier 2 skills he had learned. Without waiting for his weakened state to end, he impatiently activated the teleportation array in the Moon God's temple and left the dark canyon. Although he had already completed his promotion quest, he wouldn't officially be a Tier 2 class and wouldn't have access to the privileges that came with it until he updated his status in the Adventurers Association. Only after becoming a Tier 2 class officially would he have crossed the new milestone. Chapter 1317, White River City promoted. White River City, Teleportation Hall. Shortly after Shifeng arrived in the teleportation hall, the system notified him of a communication request from Blackie. Guild leader, you're back. Have you completed your promotion quest? Blackie asked eagerly. Only a few people in the guild knew that Shifeng had challenged his promotion quest. Blackie was one of those people. Currently, Tier 2 was still an unknown realm to players like him. Moreover, Shifeng had constantly told them that only by reaching Tier 2 would they emerge in God's domain as a true adventurer player. Tier 1 was only a warm-up phase to help them familiarize themselves with the game's combat. Unlike the Tier 1 promotion, not every player would complete their Tier 2 promotion. The fact that Shifeng's class was a hidden class meant that his Tier 2 promotion quest would be all the more difficult. Although Blackie trusted Shifeng's strength, the guild leader had previously mentioned that he would need at least 5 days to complete his quest. However, Shifeng had emerged long before those 5 days were up. Hence, Blackie was surprised to see his friend so soon. "I just need to register with the Adventurers Association," Shifeng said, nodding. "But since you've contacted me, has something urgent happened? Yesterday, a particular group of people showed up in the battle arena, and they've been challenging various experts constantly. Even now, those players are undefeated. They even defeated the previous champion. The group then issued a public challenge against Zero Wings experts. But we've run out of qualified experts already," Blackie awkwardly explained. "Run out of qualified experts?" Shifeng asked, "Did you lose as well?" The group's assassin defeated me. That player was too fast. Even I had trouble keeping up with him. Eventually, the assassin whittled me down," Blackie said reluctantly. "This is interesting. Do you know their in-game IDs?" Shifeng asked curiously. Blackie might not have much combat talent, but after training for so long, he had become extraordinarily strong. With his powerful weapon and equipment, ordinary peak experts should not be a match for Blackie, yet he had been defeated. Clearly, their opponents couldn't be underestimated. The assassin must be a well-known expert in God's domain. "We only found out one of their IDs. You've met the player before. It's that Evil Fire kid that fought in the friendly competition. His in-game ID is also Evil Fire. He's the group's leader. As for the others, they've been wearing black cloaks, keeping their names hidden," Blackie said. "Evil Fire?" No matter how hard Shifeng racked his mind, he couldn't remember an expert named Evil Fire from the past. However, the fact that even Evil Fire's companions could defeat Blackie proved that they weren't a bunch of noobs. "I got it. Notify Aqua and have her deal with the group for now. I'll head over once I'm done here." "Understood." Blackie then disconnected the call and contacted Aqua Rose. Meanwhile, Shifeng rode an advanced horse carriage to the Adventurers Association. Adventurers Association. As more leveling maps were discovered around the White River City region, the Adventurers Association had become one of the 4 most frequented spots in White River City. Countless players gathered in the association every day to pick up quests that increased their reputation with the association and offered high rewards. Upon entering the splendorous building, Shifeng was greeted by the sight of long lines of players queuing up for the quest counters. Plenty of players also loitered as they formed parties or drank and chatted in the association's bar. Among these players, there were quite a few level 40 expert players wearing impressive equipment. Even the most inferior piece these experts wore was level 40 secret silver equipment, with the majority being level 40 fine gold equipment. Normally, one only encountered such a commotion in the Adventurers Associations in Empire's capitals. The quests in the Eclipse Gate this time are awesome. Did you know my party made a huge profit from a single quest? It's a pity that the team from the Rhine Kingdom snatched the rare herb stalks. Otherwise, every member of our party would have earned at least 50 silver coins. That much? Of course. The Eclipse Gate is awesome. You can easily find rare herbs and ores. Moreover, the monsters provide above-average EXP. And that's only the tip of the iceberg. I've heard that some teams even got their hands on energy essence. It can nurture guild mounts. Several guilds are offering to purchase energy essence in bulk. I hear that each essence can sell for 45 silver. If we can grind 10 a day, after including other random loot, each of our party members can earn 1 gold per day. Is the Eclipse Gate really that good? We have an expert leading our party, and we're doing quite well, but even then, we're only making around 30 silver per day. Who knows how long it will take me to save up for a mount? You sure are lucky. At this rate, you should be able to buy a mount within a month, right? Didn't I already ask you to join my party? If you do, you can get your own mount within a month too. The majority of the players in the hall were talking about the Eclipse Gate. They all yearned to head to the Eclipse Gate and earn enough money to buy a mount as soon as possible. At this stage of the game, plenty of powerful elite players had already reached level 40. It was only a matter of time before mainstream players reached level 40 as well. After reaching level 40, mounts would become the dividing factor between ordinary players and elites. The difference in leveling efficiency between players with mounts and players without would be as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. Moreover, thanks to mounts, players could explore further within a certain amount of time. This, in turn, would increase players' daily income. In God's domain, ores and herbs weren't concentrated to specific locations. However, they weren't usually found near cities. Hence, a player's daily income largely depended on how much distance they could cover in a given time. As the majority of players hadn't obtained their mounts yet, distant locations would have less competition. As a result, players could obtain even more profit. The sooner one obtained a mount, the sooner they could pull ahead of the pack and enjoy more resources. One could say that mounts were irreplaceable in determining how fast players leveled up and increased their strength. Hearing the players in the hall talk about the Eclipse Gate, Shifeng understood why so many level 40 and above players had gathered in the Adventurers Association. According to his original estimates, White River City still needed at least 10 days before it could be promoted. However, he had never imagined that White River City would fulfill that requirement while he had been in the Dark Canyon. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. With a high-resource map like the Eclipse Gate, Zero Wing wouldn't have to worry about its development in White River City. They could send a large group of players to the Eclipse Gate to level up instead of crowding in the limited, high-resource maps in the White River City region. In addition, guild members could level up far more quickly at the Eclipse Gate. Most importantly, however, this was a huge opportunity for Zero Wing to make a fortune. The Eclipse Gate's outer area might be bearable for most players, but the farther players ventured, the more severe the environment would become. At the same time, players would encounter more resources and bosses. The drop rate for energy essence would also increase. If players wanted to obtain these resources easily, they first needed to increase their ice and fire resistance. After activating the Eclipse Gate, Starmoon Kingdom descended into madness in the past as players delved farther into the area. The various large guilds had frantically purchased various potions and equipment that increased ice and fire resistance. These items' prices had inflated crazily. When they appeared in the market for a reasonable price, they were purchased instantly. Shortly after Shifeng reached the Adventurers Association's second-floor VIP lounge, an elegant NPC senior administrator entered the room. "Lord Protector, how may I serve you today?" the middle-aged man asked Shifeng respectfully. "I wish to complete my Tier 2 promotion procedures," Shifeng quietly announced. Chapter 1318, SSS-Rank Reward. When the NPC administrator heard that Shifeng was there to complete his Tier 2 promotion procedures, he retrieved a crystal ball and placed it atop the table. "Lord Protector, we need to test your power first. Please place your hands on the crystal ball," the administrator said respectfully. Without hesitation, Shifeng did as he was instructed. Although the system would upgrade players' attributes and physique once they completed their Tier 2 promotion quest, players wouldn't get access to all of the Tier 2 benefits right off the bat. Players first needed to register and get themselves tested at the Adventurers Association. Only after proving that they had completed their promotion quest would players be recognized officially as Tier 2 players. As Shifeng placed his hands on the crystal ball, golden sparkles flew from the orb. "It is confirmed that your physique has reached the Tier 2 standard. Lord Protector, please follow me." The administrator nodded after confirming Shifeng's upgrade. He then led Shifeng out the lounge's back door. Shifeng wasn't particularly surprised. The crystal ball was only a tool to check whether a player's physique had reached Tier 2 without the bonus of weapons or equipment. The next part was key and would determine what kind of benefits players received after reaching Tier 2. Only after players had officially obtained their Tier 2 class would they be recognized as an adventurer in God's domain and qualify to receive personal commissions. This was one of the major differences between Tier 1 and Tier 2 players. To independent players, this gap would determine how successful they would be in God's domain. The administrator led Shifeng to the Adventurers Association's arena. The arena wasn't particularly large, with less than a 30-yard radius. However, numerous magic arrays enveloped the arena, and dense mana choked the area. Shifeng's weakened state even subsided temporarily, his attributes recovering to their peak. Lord Protector, we will test your strength next to determine which rank you can reach. This will also help determine which commissions are most suitable for you. Please display your strongest abilities, the administrator explained. All right, let's begin. Shifeng nodded. This wasn't the first time he had taken the test. After officially becoming a Tier 2 player, players could accept private commissions from the Adventurers Association. There were many Tier 2 commission quests. However, players could only accept a limited number of such quests each week. This limit was relative to one's adventurer rank. To put it simply, the stronger one was, the more quests they could accept. They could also accept more difficult quests. The first strength assessment was the most convenient for players when they became high-ranking adventurers. If one wished to raise their adventurer rank later, they would have to fulfill certain conditions first, and doing so would take a considerable amount of time. Even after completing their promotion quests, many players in the past had chosen to train for some time before taking their first strength assessment. Overall, 6 ranks divided adventurer players: Bronze, Mysterious Iron, Secret Silver, Fine Gold, Dark Gold, and Epic. Once mainstream players reached level 50, players would start determining strength based on this adventurer rank. This was just like how players judged each other's combat standards based on their achievements in the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower. However, unlike the Trial Tower, which only judged one's combat techniques, the adventurer ranks were determined by a player's overall strength. Commission quests would also vary based on players' adventurer ranks. Bronze rank adventurers could accept F rank and E rank commissions. Mysterious Iron adventurers could accept up to D rank commissions. Secret Silver up to C rank, Fine Gold up to B rank, and Dark Gold up to A rank. Meanwhile, Epic adventurers could accept all commissions, including kingdom-level quests and S-rank commissions. There was no limit to the number of people who could qualify for the first 5 ranks. However, each kingdom could only have a maximum of 10 Epic adventurers. Once these 10 slots had been filled, players who wanted to rise to this rank needed to pass the Epic rank assessment. The Adventurers Association would also hold a competition each month. In this competition, players that passed the Epic assessment could challenge any one of the 10 reigning Epic adventurers. If they won, they would take that person's place. The Epic adventurer that lost would be demoted to Dark Gold rank. If the challenger failed, however, they would have to wait another month before issuing another challenge. In the past, the names on this short list had changed practically every month, aside from those monster-like players. By becoming an Epic adventurer, players received the highest benefits the Adventurers Association had to offer. They could accept the highest number and difficulty of Tier 2 commissions. This was why Shifeng had rushed to the Adventurers Association as soon as he had completed his quest. 3 SSS-Rank commission quests would be available in every kingdom's Adventurers Association in the beginning. Once these quests were accepted, they would no longer be available. Even if the player that accepted the quest failed it, no other players could pick up the quest. Moreover, these quests offered astonishing rewards. The rewards of these first 3 SSS-Rank quests could practically rival that of legendary quests. Fortunately, these 3 SSS-Rank quests weren't as difficult as legendary quests. They were roughly on par with Epic quests. This was a kind of bonus offered to the players who became Epic adventurers before the rest of the player population. By the time Shifeng had completed his Tier 2 promotion quest in the past, plenty of players had already obtained their Tier 2 class. However, none of those players had become Epic adventurers. Even the most powerful player in Starmoon Kingdom had only achieved Fine Gold rank. Only after some time had someone reached Epic rank and discovered the 3 SSS-Rank commission quests. However, Shifeng had only reached Secret Silver rank. He had watched enviously as others got to challenge the SSS-Rank quests. But he was much stronger than his past self. He had to try for Epic rank. As Shifeng reached the arena's center, the senior administrator activated a magic array. The instant the magic array activated, a humanoid monster appeared before Shifeng. The monster wore pitch-black armor, and through the monster's helmet, Shifeng saw glowing, blood-red eyes staring right at him. Dark Knight, Illusion Lord. Level 53. HP 2000000/20000000. Lord Protector, you may begin, the administrator said. As a Tier 2 strength assessment, Shifeng needed to be capable of taking down a Tier 2 monster at the very least. If he couldn't even kill a Tier 2 monster, he would not qualify to become a Tier 2 class. As soon as the administrator finished speaking, Shifeng took a step forward and vanished. Void steps. Compared to Shifeng's previous status as a Tier 1 player, his physique was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed a distance of 20 yards and appeared beside the Dark Knight, the abyssal blade in his hand lightly slicing at the monster. Shadow Blade. Before the Dark Knight could defend itself, 9 pitch-black sword lights descended on it. Immediately, the Dark Knight's HP fell rapidly. Minus 11,049. Minus 10,918. Minus 21,849. Suddenly, the Dark Knight lost nearly 1/10 of its HP. Only now did the Dark Knight react and brandished its greatsword at Shifeng. Cross slash. 2 slashes crisscrossed as they flew at Shifeng. However, rather than dodge, Shifeng countered the attack with a simple swing with Killing Ray. Boom! Shifeng instantly sliced apart the Dark Knight's cross slash. The swordsman's momentum didn't slow in the slightest as it struck the Dark Knight's helmet. The strike forced the monster to retreat by 3 steps. The difference between the opponent's strength was obvious. There was simply no comparison. In less than 30 seconds, the Dark Knight transformed into particles of black light and disappeared. From beginning to end, it hadn't even been able to counterattack. Congratulations, Lord Protector. You have passed the Bronze Rank assessment and officially become a Tier 2 Sword Master. Do you wish to continue the strength assessment? The NPC administrator congratulated. Continue, Shifeng roared. Chapter 1319, Epic Adventurer. Lord Protector, if you wish to continue, I must warn you, the administrator said as he adjusted the magic array and created another Dark Knight. The last test was only meant to determine if you have reached the Tier 2 standard. The following tests will determine your rank as an adventurer. This will also determine the rank of the commission quests you'll be allowed to accept. The next tests will be far more difficult. If the Dark Knight kills you inside the magic array, your soul will be damaged, and you will suffer a weakened state for some time. Moreover, the stronger the Dark Knight is, the longer the weakened state will last. Are you sure you wish to continue? Continue, Shifeng answered without hesitation. He was very familiar with the consequences. The Bronze assessment was the lowest rank for Tier 2 players. The following assessments were the real challenge. Completing the Tier 2 promotion quest was already difficult. Most experts were only capable of passing the Mysterious Iron assessment. One could say that the Mysterious Iron assessment was a dividing line between expert and elite players. As soon as Shifeng gave his answer, the administrator injected a stream of mana into the Dark Knight. Immediately, the Dark Knight's eyes released a bright, red glow, its aura growing stronger. Dark Knight, Illusion Lord. Level 53. HP 3000000/3000000. This time, rather than wait for Shifeng to attack, the Dark Knight took the initiative to use charge at Shifeng. Upon arriving before Shifeng, the Dark Knight swung its silver greatsword. This Dark Knight was far superior to the last in both speed and strength. Boom! As it landed, the greatsword created a crack in the ground that extended for over 10 yards. However, this frightening, destructive power hadn't hit Shifeng. The silver greatsword had only landed beside Shifeng's feet. Meanwhile, a blue longsword pierced through the Dark Knight's heart, causing a critical damage of minus 25,274. The crimson radiance from within the Dark Knight's helmet brightened. Tightening its grip on its greatsword, the Dark Knight twisted as it swung its weapon horizontally. Whirlwind slash. Dang! A crisp clang echoed throughout the arena. The abyssal blade had stopped the silver greatsword in its tracks, holding it away from Shifeng. Meanwhile, the sacred sword in Shifeng's other hand descended on the Dark Knight once more. Shifeng had easily been capable of killing a lord of the same level when he had been a Tier 1 player. Now that he had been promoted to a Tier 2 Sword Master, killing such an opponent would be a piece of cake. In less than a minute, the Mysterious Iron Rank Dark Knight faded into particles of black light and disappeared. Another Dark Knight quickly took its place. However, this monster was slightly different. Instead of a great sword, it wielded 2 double-edged axes. Its aura was also far more violent. Dark Warrior, Illusion, High Lord. Level 53. HP 4000000/4000000. Lord Protector, do you wish to continue? The administrator asked again. Continue. Shifeng nodded. He was very familiar with the Dark Warrior before him. When he had become a Tier 2 player in his previous life, he had faced this Dark Warrior during his first assessment. Afterward, he had spent a lot of time and effort to improve his weapons, equipment, and techniques before he had defeated the Dark Warrior and became a secret silver adventurer. As Shifeng declared his intent, the Dark Warrior roared and dashed towards Shifeng like a wild beast. When only 10 yards separated the two combatants, the Dark Warrior threw one of its axes at Shifeng. An explosion shook the arena as the axe tore through the air, flying straight for Shifeng's heart. Death throw. Immediately after, the Dark Warrior raised its other axe before pushing off of the ground. The monster shot forward like a bullet and followed closely behind the axe it had thrown. It was clear that the Dark Warrior intended to take advantage of the moment Shifeng dodged its axe to strike. In terms of combat techniques, the Dark Warrior was undoubtedly stronger than the prior Dark Knights. Only before the thrown axe could reach Shifeng, a blue streak of light struck the weapon and sent it flying off course. The Dark Warrior was stunned. Shifeng then used his abyssal blade to block the Dark Warrior's axe. Meanwhile, with Killing Ray now unoccupied, Shifeng lightly slashed the sacred sword across the monster's massive form, leaving behind one deep furrow after another on the latter's armor. This, the senior administrator, who watched quietly from a safe position, was stunned. He hadn't been surprised to see Shifeng overwhelm the Lord-ranked Dark Knights with his strength. However, Shifeng achieved the same feat against a High Lord of the same level. To Shifeng, however, this was only a matter of course. Currently, he wielded numerous epic items as well as 2 fragmented legendary items. He also had the Blade Saint class, one of the 10 Great Saint classes. If his strength couldn't rival that of a High Lord of the same level after reaching Tier 2, that would be strange. According to Shifeng's estimates, his current strength and speed should be equal, if not close, to a Great Lord of the same level. Even without using his skills, he could easily deal with a High Lord of the same level. Only, it would take some time to finish off his opponent. After a minute and a half, without suspense, Shifeng defeated the Dark Warrior. Then, the fine gold-ranked Dark Warrior appeared. It was similarly a High Lord, though it possessed a few more skills than the secret silver-ranked Dark Warrior. Its basic attributes were also slightly superior, and its combat standards could rival a player who had reached the Trial Tower's 5th floor. It also had 5 million HP. In the past, only a handful of Star Moon Kingdom's players had defeated this terrifying monster in their first assessment. However, against Shifeng, who had an advantage in terms of strength, speed, and techniques, the Dark Warrior only lasted 2 minutes before collapsing to the ground. As the fine gold-ranked Dark Warrior died, a Dark General wielding a spear took its place. The Dark General also had a long sword hanging from its waist. Dark General, Illusion, Great Lord. Level 53. HP 6000000/6000000. This was the gatekeeper that had prevented every player in Star Moon Kingdom from becoming a Dark Gold adventurer during their first assessment. Come, Shifeng invited the Dark General as he activated Phantom Kill and 9 Dragons Slash. This time, Shifeng chose to use his doppelganger to distract the Dark General while he dealt damage from the sides. Although his doppelganger lost some HP each time it blocked an attack, the Dark General lost HP at a much faster rate. Eventually, when the doppelganger was almost out of HP, both Shifeng and his doppelganger used Flame Burst. After receiving 30 devastating strikes, the Dark General lost of its remaining HP. With its final struggle, the Dark General took Shifeng's doppelganger with it to the grave. As the Dark General disappeared, the magic array covering the arena went berserk as it devoured mana from its surroundings and diverted it to the center of the arena. Gradually, a 3-meter-tall knight decked out in golden armor and dual-wielding 2 crimson greatswords formed. King of Darkness, Illusion, Grand Lord. Level 53. HP 8000000/8000000. Although Shifeng had known about the epic assessment's difficulty, he was a little shocked as he met the King of Darkness for the first time. Were this not an assessment, but an actual Grand Lord of the same level, he could simply turn tail and run. After all, a Grand Lord's HP and battle recovery alone were enough to overwhelm him. After Shifeng rested, he started the challenge. Immediately, the King of Darkness waved its two great swords. 3 level 53, Lord rank Dark Knights then appeared by its side. Though, unlike the previous Dark Knights, these only had 800,000 HP each. However, as these Dark Knights died, the King of Darkness could summon them again. Moreover, each Dark Knight's death would heal the King of Darkness for 400,000 HP. To ordinary players, the King of Darkness was an unreasonable opponent. However, Shifeng had prepared for this fight. Immediately, he stabbed the abyssal blade into the ground. Abyssal curse. Suddenly, the ground transformed into a dark swamp that trapped the King of Darkness and the Dark Knights. But contrary to Shifeng's expectation, abyssal curse hadn't decreased the King of Darkness's attributes. Shifeng no longer held back as he activated Heavenly Dragon's power. His strength attribute instantly surpassed that of the King of Darkness. He then activated Instant Strike and appeared before the Grand Lord. Phantom Kill. 9 Dragon Slash. His doppelganger also activated Instant Strike the moment it appeared, its attack speed and damage skyrocketing. Shifeng and his doppelganger then launched a barrage of attacks at the King of Darkness. Shifeng dealt over minus 90,000 damage with each strike, minus 200,000 with a critical hit. As for his doppelganger, it dealt nearly minus 80,000 damage. Sword lights descended on the King of Darkness like rain. The Grand Lord's HP vanished at a rate visible to the naked eye. In 3 short seconds, the King of Darkness's HP fell to 50%. It raged as it broke free from Abyssal Curse's binding, brandishing its twin greatswords. In response, Shifeng cast Abyssal Bind on the King of Darkness, not giving the Grand Lord a chance to counterattack. Although Abyssal Bind couldn't restrict the King of Darkness for 4 full seconds, Shifeng only needed 1 or 2 seconds. Thundering Flash. Thunder Flame Explosion. Dragon Breath. Flame God's Fury. One skill after another mercilessly collided with the King of Darkness. Once the Grand Lord had 1/3 of its HP, any additional damage Shifeng dealt caused a part of its golden armor to turn black. At the same time, the Grand Lord's aura seemed to grow stronger. The 9 pitch-black chains that bound the King of Darkness began to shatter. It was obvious that the King of Darkness had a passive skill that boosted its attributes as it lost HP. The King of Darkness was already life-threatening. The Grand Lord's frightening, destructive power even shocked Shifeng. When the King of Darkness was nearly free from its bindings, Shifeng and his doppelganger used flame bursts simultaneously. 4 miniature suns illuminated the arena. Although the King of Darkness eventually freed itself and blocked some of the 30 devastating strikes, each of Shifeng's strikes that hit dealt over minus 200,000 damage, minus 400,000 for critical hits. Even though the Grand Lord had blocked a fraction of the attacks, Shifeng finished off the King of Darkness by the time Flame Burst ended. As the King of Darkness died, the sound of a system notification reached Shifeng's ears. System, congratulations. You have become Starmoon Kingdom's first epic rank adventurer. Your name will be known throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Please retrieve your reward from the Adventurers Association's Association Leader. Chapter 1320. A quest that determines the fate of a country. Retrieve a reward from the Adventurers Association's Association Leader? Shifeng smiled bitterly as he read the system notification. The Association Leader was the highest position in the Adventurers Association. The Association Leader of White River City's Adventurers Association wasn't the same as the city's magistrate. Normally, a city magistrate couldn't leave the city under their management. In contrast, the association leaders left their cities frequently, so they were extremely difficult to meet. Although it had been referred to as a reward, in reality, it was a considerably high-difficulty quest. Once the King of Darkness vanished, Shifeng heard another system notification. System, do you wish to leave your name on the epic list? Shifeng instantly clicked yes. However, he altered the name he registered with, using Black Flame. Once he entered his name, it appeared on the massive pillar at the edge of the arena. Any player that came to the Adventurers Association for their Tier 2 assessment would see it. The senior administrator excitedly approached Shifeng, holding a dark purple emblem. This was proof that he had become an epic adventurer in Starmoon Kingdom. There were only 10 such emblems in the entire kingdom, and it was definitely an honor to receive one. Lord Protector, congratulations on becoming an epic adventurer. This purple star emblem is proof of your identity. You can accept any Tier 2 commission quests without restrictions as long as you reveal it. The senior administrator carefully handed the emblem to Shifeng, reverence filling his gaze as he looked at the swordsman. Only 10 epic adventurers could exist in Starmoon Kingdom at a time. The position could practically rival the association's 4-star adventurers. As Shifeng received the emblem, emotion overwhelmed him. In the past, even the dark gold ranked emblem had been far out of his reach, much less the purple star emblem. The purple star emblem provided more than access to quests. He would also have access to many other privileges in the Adventurers Association. For example, when players accepted commission quests, they needed to pay a deposit fee. Players with the purple star emblem enjoyed a 50% discount on these fees. The Adventurers Association would also prepare one S-Rank quest for epic adventurers once a week. The Tier 2 commissioned quests were available throughout the country, but there was a limited number. As players accepted these quests, fewer would be available. Multiple players couldn't accept a single commission quest unless it were specifically a team-based quest. Moreover, depending on the difficulty ranking, the number of available commissioned quests would change. For example, Fine Gold adventurers were allowed to accept a maximum of B-rank commission quests. However, there were very few quests available to Fine Gold adventurers. They'd be lucky if they got their hands on a C-rank commission. It was even more difficult for Dark Gold adventurers. In addition, the Adventurers Association did not update the commission quests at regular intervals. The updates were random. Hence, nobody knew when high-rank quests would resurface. As a result, the competition between high-ranking adventurers became even more intense. Epic adventurers were the only exception, as they would be granted a designated S-rank quest each week. Commission quests were different from public quests. Take epic and legendary quests, for example. If the players who accepted these quests failed to complete them within the stipulated time frame, they would suffer a severe penalty, but players wouldn't be punished for failing the Adventurers Association's commission quests. Players only needed to pay a deposit before accepting a commission quest. This deposit was generally in the form of coins or magic crystals, and the more difficult a quest was, the higher its deposit would be. When a player completed a commission quest, their deposit would be returned to them alongside the corresponding rewards. On the other hand, if a player failed, they wouldn't get their deposit back. One could say that the deposit replaced the punishment for failure. Hence, players generally preferred to challenge a high-difficulty commission quest, as the most they would lose was some coins or magic crystals. Compared to the potential rewards, the loss was nothing. I wish to accept a commission. May I see a list of the available quests? Shifeng asked the administrator. That won't be a problem. Please follow me. The administrator nodded. Following which, the administrator led Shifeng to the second floor's VIP reception room and retrieved a list of commissions, handing it to Shifeng. There sure are quite a few high-rank quests available. Shifeng was inwardly astonished. When he had come in search of commissions in the past, he had rarely found D-rank commissions, much less C-rank. Even when some had been available, they had generally been very difficult. However, he was now the only person in Starmoon Kingdom to complete a Tier 2 promotion. He had no competition. The number of available quests was staggering. There were 22 S-rank commissions available at the moment, which only epic adventurers could accept. As for A-rank commissions, which only Dark Gold adventurers and higher could accept, there were 458 available. B-rank commissions numbered 5,163. As for the commissions below B-rank, needless to say, there were far more. All of these commissions were available throughout the various cities in Starmoon Kingdom. Shifeng was simply amazed. B-rank commissions already offered bountiful rewards. Even the most common B-rank commission would award a piece of secret silver equipment of the same level, with more difficult quests awarding fine gold weapons and equipment of the same level. After reaching level 50 and beyond, it would be extremely difficult to obtain secret silver equipment, not to mention fine gold equipment. However, these factors weren't the most important aspect of commission quests. Once players completed a commissioned quest, the Adventurers Association would award a corresponding number of contribution points. Although players could exchange these points for weapons and equipment, players could also purchase valuable Tier 2 skill books. When players reached Tier 2 in God's Domain, they would no longer be able to learn basic Tier 2 skills from their class instructors as they had during Tier 1. Normally, players could only obtain Tier 2 skills by completing quests or from loot and treasure chests. One of the most frequently used methods to obtain Tier 2 skill books was through the Adventurers Association. Tier 2 skills were much stronger than Tier 1 skills. Whenever Tier 2 players obtained a Tier 2 skill or upgrading their Tier 1 skill to Tier 2, their combat power would increase significantly. Many players had rushed to the Adventurers Association to compete for commission quests every day in the past. As the game progressed, the Adventurers Association would become even more popular. Sure enough, these 3 quests are still the available SSS-Rank commissions. Shurfeng quickly located the 3 most difficult quests available throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Normally, S-Rank commissions were considered kingdom-level quests. In other words, success and failure could affect an entire kingdom. Needless to say, these were incredibly difficult quests. Only powerful epic adventurers could hope to challenge them. SS-Rank quests were obviously more important than S-Rank. Normally, these quests could affect 2 or 3 kingdoms or an empire. SSS-Rank commissions could determine a country's rise or fall. Normally, encountering such a quest heavily relied on luck. Now, however, 3 of these quests were available, and they were Revenge of the Fallen, Undead Resurrection, and Ancient Orc Empire. These 3 quests had been very well known in Starmoon Kingdom in the past. However, not a single player had completed any of these quests. It had been one of the Starmoon Kingdom's regrets, as any one of these quests could lift the kingdom to prominence. In the past, there had been a country called the Golden Sands Kingdom. Due to the kingdom's epic adventurers completing the first 3 SSS-Rank commissions the system offered, the kingdom had grown to become the Golden Sands Empire. Not only had the kingdom annexed its 2 neighbors during its promotion, but it also grew to occupy several massive, neutral maps. This incident had shocked God's Domain. Nobody had ever thought that epic adventurers had that kind of ability. Of course, those epic adventurers had only completed the SSS-Rank commissions due to them being as difficult as upper-rank epic quests. One of the reasons that Shurfeng wanted to become an epic adventurer so quickly in this life was that he wanted to promote Starmoon Kingdom to Starmoon Empire. Chapter 1321, National Weapon. The 3 SSS-Rank commissions were crucial to Starmoon Kingdom's upgrade. If Starmoon Kingdom were upgraded to an empire, as the kingdom's number 1 guild, Zero Wing would rise with it. This developmental method was much easier than contesting with other guilds for territory. There were many other benefits to be had when a kingdom upgraded to an empire as well. One of them was the acquisition of the neutral maps surrounding the kingdom. God's Domain's neutral maps occupied more area than all of the empires and kingdoms combined. Every one of these neural maps was a high-level area. Many among them were also high-resource maps. Once players reached level 50, they would gradually migrate to these neutral maps. Maps above level 100 were extremely rare in kingdoms. Empires did not fare much better in this regard. Hence, it was only a matter of time before players turned towards neutral maps to continue their development. Meanwhile, when a kingdom upgraded, it would annex these maps, and the new empire would claim the areas. It would then become much easier to level in these maps due to the NPC cities that would emerge. In the past, every NPC city constructed in a neutral map had a minimum player population of 3 million. Among them, the NPC city in the Shallow Hills, one of the neutral maps the Golden Sands Empire had claimed, had reached a player population of over 10 million during its peak. This gave the epic adventurer guilds, who completed the SSS-Rank commissions, a massive windfall. This was due to the new city's lands. To purchase those lands, players needed a certain amount of reputation in the former kingdom or noble status in the new NPC city. It had become impossible for non-native guilds to purchase the lands within a short amount of time. Meanwhile, due to the neutral map's high-level environment, the new city's lands had been far more valuable than lands in cities near low-level maps. Shurfeng had been planning this since he joined God's Domain in this life. Lord Protector, there is a very large variety of commissions available. If you are unsure of which to choose, I can offer a recommendation based on your preference and requirements, the senior administrator suggested after Shifeng's long moment of silence. Thanks for the offer, but I've made my decision. I'll choose the Ancient Orc Empire, Shifeng said as he pointed to the quest name on the list. Although Starmoon Kingdom's past players had known about the 3 SSS-Rank commission quests, no one had known about the quest's contents aside from the player who accepted them. After carefully reading through the quest's contents, Shifeng concluded that the Ancient Orc Empire was the easiest among the 3. Based on his current abilities, completing the other 2 would be impossible. Revenge of the Fallen required him to kill 5 Fallens that hid within Starmoon Kingdom. The Fallen within Starmoon Kingdom would not be as easy to deal with as Baron Woka. The system wouldn't suppress them. A Fallen at its peak had the strength to destroy an entire city. Moreover, these Fallens hid all over Starmoon Kingdom. Just finding them would be a difficult task. It was no wonder why nobody had completed the commission in the past. Undead Resurrection wasn't easy either. He needed to gather 3 extremely rare items: the Book of Undead, the Bone Staff, and the Ancient Contract. Of these items, Shifeng had only heard of the Book of Undead. However, this item was located in the level 80 neutral map, Slumbering Tomb. It was the gathering place for undead. The Book of the Undead was even guarded by the Tier 4 mythic rank Skeleton King. Shifeng had no hope of obtaining the book, and he had never heard of the other 2 items before. He did not even know where to start looking for them. That only left the Ancient Orc Empire. Once, the powerful Orc Empire had its imperial capital in the level 75 neutral map, Morning Battlefield, which was situated between Starmoon Kingdom and Purple Thorn's Kingdom. However, after countless wars, the imperial capital had become a battlefield. Powerful orcs currently gathered in the ruins, hoping to restore the glory they once enjoyed and conquer the several surrounding kingdoms. These orcs had been a thorn in these kingdoms' sides for a long time now. The Ancient Orc Empire Commission's task was to destroy the alliance between the various orc tribes. In order to destroy this alliance, Shifeng was required to locate the Orc Empire's founding emperor's weapon, the Disintegration Axe, and prevent it from falling into orc hands. If the orcs got their hands on this weapon, they would be able to gather the orcs scattered across God's domain. If they succeeded, God's domain's various kingdoms and empires would be in trouble. Fortunately, the Disintegration Axe had been very famous in the past. Shifeng knew the weapon's whereabouts. Otherwise, he would have been forced to choose the Undead Resurrection Commission instead. Lord Protector, this commission will require a 6,000 gold deposit. However, as you are an epic adventurer, you are only required to pay half. Are you sure you wish to accept this commission? The senior administrator asked. Shifeng handed 3,000 gold over without hesitation. As a result, however, he was almost broke. Although Stone Forest Town had earned quite a lot of money while he had been busy, most of that money had been reinvested in the town and guild's development. Part of the money had also been used to purchase diamondwood. There wasn't much left. He also needed to save funds for his future city's development and construct the 4 Towers of Elements. After his rampant slaughter of demonic beasts in the moon god's space, Shifeng had a total of 989 7 luminaries shards. Although he had wanted to grind a little more, as he obtained more shards, their drop rate decreased. Fortunately, he had enough to synthesize 40 units of 7 luminaries crystals and construct the 4 Towers of Elements. Once the towers had been constructed, his city would be safe from players. However, constructing a high-end building like the 4 Towers of Elements cost an astronomical number of coins. Based on Shifeng's initial estimates, the other materials alone would cost around 90,000 gold. Once Shifeng accepted the commission and was about to return to the Candlelight trading firm, Blackie contacted him. Has something happened? Shifeng asked when he saw Blackie's grim expression. Guild leader, we lost again, Blackie replied quietly. What? Even Aqua and Summer were defeated? Shifeng was slightly stunned. He had sent Aqua Rose and the others to the battle arena. He had a very clear understanding of Aqua Rose and Alluring Summer's strengths. Both were fully geared in top-tier equipment. In addition, not only were they Refinement Realm experts, but the 2 women had also grasped a portion of the secret spellcasting technique. With their strength, no one throughout Starmoon Kingdom should be their match. Only the Superpowers Peak experts should be able to offer a challenge. Restoring Zero Wing's reputation should be a piece of cake for them. Well, no. The other side suddenly asked to change the rules of the competition and is now seeking to melee combat. Skills, spells, and tools are not permitted. So, only Kola, Shadow Sword, and Flying Shadow were able to fight. However, all three were defeated. That evil fire kid still hasn't made a move either, Blackie explained. Currently, the people in the battle arena are starting to badmouth us, saying that Zero Wing doesn't have any capable experts. Many guilds have sent spies to rub salt in our wounds. If we don't stop those guys now, the prestige we've worked so hard to gain will most likely. Guild leader, what I'm trying to say is that we should send in Big Sis Fire. She can definitely defeat those punks. This is interesting. Even Kola and Flying Shadow's techniques were no match for them? Shifeng's lips curled up, his interest in Evil Fire growing. First, Evil Fire had challenged him, the guild leader of Zero Wing, publicly. He then went to Stone Forest Town a day before the competition to make a name for himself. With this, Shifeng would have no choice but to accept Evil Fire's challenge. Guild leader, should I ask Big Sis Fire for help? Blackie asked anxiously. Fire Dance had been busy dealing with important guild affairs. Moreover, Shifeng had already stated that without his permission, nobody was to disturb Fire Dance. However, they had no choice but to involve Fire Dance, the number 2 melee expert in Zero Wing, to teach those challengers a lesson now that trouble was knocking on their door. Unfortunately, involving Shifeng wasn't an option. If their guild leader fought a bunch of nameless challengers, it would humiliate Zero Wing and its members. After all, Zero Wing was no longer some small, upstart guild. It was Starmoon Kingdom's number 1 guild. No, I'll make a trip myself. Shifeng smiled as he shook his head. Chapter 1322, Unlocking a New Function. Stone Forest Town. When Shifeng stepped out of the guild residence, the sight before him was foreign. Rows of 1- and 2-story houses had stood before the guild residence previously. Now, various virtual shops occupied both sides of the street. There were also advanced hotels, restaurants, bars, and other establishments. The street was now as busy as White River City's most popular areas. There was no lack of expert players that had exceeded level 40. Some players even roamed the street atop mounts. Aside from adventurer players, quite a few lifestyle players chatted merrily on the street. Many wandering merchant NPCs hawked their wares from temporary stalls along the main street. The NPC traffic was just as shocking as the number of players. The lively scene made Stone Forest Town look like a city rather than a town. Shifeng was surprised. After just a few days, Stone Forest Town had undergone such a massive transformation. If the town continued to develop at this rate, it wouldn't be long before it could be promoted to an advanced town. If Shifeng hadn't already started his city's construction, Stone Forest Town could have served as Zero Wing's main headquarters. As Shifeng slowly made his way to the battle arena, he eavesdropped on the conversations throughout Stone Forest Town. More experts are gathering in the battle arena each day. Before this, I could have easily ranked among the daily tournament's top 100 and earned the consolation prize. Now, I can't even get within the top 300. That's right. Only our team leader can hold his rank in the top 100 now. However, I heard that Zero Wing plans to extend the consolation prizes to cater to the top 300 soon. The top 100 contestants will get priority in purchasing exotic stamina potions from the Candlelight trading firm. They'll even get a 10% discount. But they will be limited to 3 bottles. Priority in purchasing the exotic stamina potion? That's great. Candlelight only sells a limited number each day, and the various large guilds and second-hand dealers usually claim them. That's right. Fortunately, we have our team leader. We'll be able to buy 3 exotic stamina potions every day. As long as we stockpile, we'll be able to explore those high-level maps. Our income will be amazing. I heard that the Sharp Edge Adventurer team went on an expedition earlier, venturing into the core of the Ghost Ruins and making a fortune. I've also heard that they're already preparing to buy their second private house in Stone Forest Town. All that's left is to wait until Zero Wing sells more. They made that much money. I heard that the private houses auctioned for more than 600 gold. I'm guessing that they'll be far more expensive during the next auction. Of course. They came across a fine gold treasure chest during their expedition and obtained a secret silver-ranked combat boots design from it. They sold it in the auction house for a fortune. The exotic stamina potion is awesome. Practically nobody explores those distant maps. I wish we could get a private house in Stone Forest Town. We'd be able to participate in the Battle Arena's daily tournament every day. We could also purchase special tools from the wandering merchants. That's right. Unfortunately, our leader is still hesitant. He's unsure of whether or not we should equip each team member with a mount first. The players' eyes sparkled as they discussed Stone Forest Town's private houses. No one had thought much of the town's private houses previously. After all, there were transport carriages that traveled to and from other NPC towns, saving them plenty of time. However, these players realized that there was a world of difference between the teams that owned a private house and those that did not. Not only could the teams that owned private houses send their strongest expert to the battle arena, but they could also purchase various items from the wandering merchants when the NPCs restocked. Most importantly, team members could accumulate the double EXP buff. They also had the option of using their private houses as warehouses. It seems people are starting to realize the benefits of private houses. However, this is only the beginning. Shifeng's confidence in his plans grew as he listened to the public's growing interest in Stone Forest Town's private houses. In reality, private houses offered more than just easy teleportation for their owners. Their companions could also utilize this function. Unfortunately, only a small number of players could teleport at a time. Moreover, the cooldown between each teleport was considerably long. In addition, private houses needed to reach a certain rank before this function would be available. To put it simply, private houses could be upgraded like guild residences' private rooms and shops. In fact, player-constructed private houses were much easier to upgrade. It simply depended on whether or not the house's town had reached the required standard to unlock the group teleportation function. This was also why players preferred to purchase private houses in large guilds' towns and cities. First, it granted them some security. Players wouldn't have to worry about other guilds invading and capturing the town. Second, large guilds' towns tended to develop quickly. This, in turn, meant that the private houses could be upgraded very quickly. Currently, Stone Forest Town was an intermediate town. Owners could already upgrade their private houses. Unfortunately, the town had yet to unlock the group teleportation function. Two conditions needed to be met to unlock this function. The first condition was a player population of over 300,000. For Stone Forest Town, meeting this requirement was a piece of cake. The second condition was the town's security. This condition was a little more complex. The town needed a sufficient number of defensive structures and a certain quality of the NPCs guarding the town. Once these conditions were met, the town would unlock the group teleportation function. Stone Forest Town had already met the requirement for defensive structures. The only problem remaining was the quality of the NPC guards. Although the guild could recruit NPC guards, it couldn't nurture them. Hence, the quality of the NPCs depended on the town's standard and luck. It would take time to meet the requirement. Fortunately, things had changed. Shifeng had intended to use the Heroes chapter in his new city. After reviewing the situation, though, Shifeng decided that this was a good opportunity to develop Stone Forest Town. Before Shifeng had realized it, he had already reached Stone Forest Town's most popular location, the battle arena. A large crowd of players was trying to squeeze into the battle arena, now the size of Jinhai City's city center sports arena. The scene wasn't any less lively than the White Tiger Dojo's friendly competition. Meanwhile, in the battle arena's fourth-floor tournament hall, players filled the stands as they constantly cheered on the fighters on the stage. Among them, many were level 40 and above experts. At this moment, the fight on the stage reached its conclusion. The victor was a cloaked berserker. However, the spectators hadn't cheered because the match was so exciting. Rather, their cheers were due to another Zero-Wing expert's defeat. Sure enough, Turtledove isn't a match for them. Blackie sighed as he watched the stage. Both Rampant Blade and Yi Wumian had fought as well. However, their opponents had been too strong. Neither had lowered their opponents' HP below 50%. Only Flying Shadow and Shadow Sword had reduced their opponents' HP to nearly half. The unknown challengers were ridiculously strong. Haha. It seems Zero-Wing's experts only amount to this much. They are only slightly stronger than those first-rate guild peak experts we challenged before. Zero-Wing, just send whatever expert you've got. I'll accept the loss if you can get my HP below 50%. A 2-meter tall, cloaked berserker said, laughing. Damn it, they're looking down on Zero Wing. Shadow Sword slammed his palms on the guardrail, wrathful flames burning in his eyes. If Big Sis Fire were here, she would beat them to a pulp. Zero Wing's other members nodded in agreement. Fire Dance was the undisputed number 2 melee expert in Zero Wing. Only the Vice Guild leader Gentle Snow could put up a fight against her. No one else could even offer a challenge. Suddenly, a familiar figure slowly approached the stage. When Blackie and the others saw this figure, their jaws dropped. Guild leader. Chapter 1323, Overwhelming. Blackie, Aqua Rose, and the other core members of Zero Wing in the spectator stands blinked in surprise. Guild leader, you're going to fight? Turtledove, who stood by the stage, could not help but ask in surprise as Sherfone walked towards her. Sherfone wasn't wearing his black cloak, his appearance on display for all to see. However, even with an identification skill, players would only see his name, nothing else. MHM. I want to see their true strength for myself. Sherfone nodded. Although Blackie had sent him some of the opponent's battle videos, Flying Shadow and the others hadn't been able to force them to exhibit their true strength. They hadn't used anything unique, so it wasn't easy to relate them to God's Domain's past experts. Guild leader, you need to be careful. When I fought him, I had the feeling that I couldn't exert my full power. It was as if all of my attacks had struck a ball of cotton. The technique he used to finish me off was particularly mysterious. When I watched the battle videos of when he had used the same technique during the previous rounds, I only saw him move. There were no afterimages or anything. But when I had faced him myself, it felt as if he had been everywhere around me. Ghost Steps. Hearing Turtledove's experience, the only combat technique that came to Sherfeng's mind was Ghost Steps. Like Void Steps, Ghost Steps was an advanced footwork technique. The technique made it difficult for opponents to predict the user's attack trajectory. In the past, very few people in God's Domain had used this technique. However, of the players Sherfone could remember, none resembled the man on the stage. Ephome? It seems that Zero Wing is finally taking us seriously, Evil Fire, who sat in the VIP stands, said, smiling as he watched Sherfone. According to his knowledge, after Black Flame, the next strongest experts were Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, Yifeng, and Violet Cloud. Is he strong? The menacing-looking man carrying a blood-red shield on his back and holding a hammer asked curiously. Unwavering, based on Evil's reaction, he must be. It's a pity that it is still Tiger's turn to fight. If that player had just waited a little longer, it would have been my turn, a gorgeous, graceful woman said as she toyed with the pitch-black dagger in her hand. The woman wore the Light of Darkness set equipment, a level 45 dark gold set equipment for assassins. Sighing, she continued, watching from the sidelines is really boring. Flower's right. We shouldn't have agreed to such long intervals. Thanks to that, Tiger's getting all the good fights. The other group members nodded in agreement. They were fully aware of how strong the Berserker, Mighty Tiger, was. He was already level 44. He could easily rank among the top 10 on an Empire's ranking list. Although he didn't wear level 45 dark gold set equipment, he had 2 pieces of growth-type equipment on him and had already upgraded both to the dark gold rank. They were much stronger than ordinary dark gold equipment. Their attributes were also suitable for berserkers. Recently, Mighty Tiger had also his growth-type weapon, Howling Tomahawk, to epic rank, raising his combat power to a whole new level. Even their team leader had said that, with Mighty Tiger's standards, he could already challenge the top 200 experts on the God's Domain experts list. Moreover, that was without using Ghost Steps. But what about Starmoon Kingdom? Aside from Black Flame, who ranked 51st on the God's Domain experts list, the kingdom didn't have a single player in the top 200. If anything, only Fire Dance, who had risen to the 215th position in the latest update, was worth their attention. As long as Tiger defeats Yifeng, we just need to defeat Fire Dance or Gentle Snow. After that, I doubt that Black Flame will be able to just stand by. He'll be forced to accept your challenge tomorrow, Evil. Unwavering Hand said as he shifted his gaze to Aqua Rose and the other Zero Wing core members. Evil, make sure to give it your all. The leader has a very favorable view of you. You will be representing our adventurer team in its debut fight. You can't lose. Big Brother Unwavering, I thought you were aware of my abilities. Just sit back and enjoy the fight tomorrow, Evil Fire said, smiling. He paid no attention whatsoever to Black Flame's title of Sword King. He only had one goal: to rank among the top 10 on the God's Domain experts list. Meanwhile, an uproar shook the spectator stands. Crap, isn't that Yifeng, Zero Wing's honorary elder? After losing so many matches, it seems Zero Wing had finally decided to get serious. That Berserker's winning streak will come to an end. That's not certain. The previous Zero Wing experts were defeated so easily. Although the rumors about Yifeng's feats are impressive, that doesn't mean he can defeat that Berserker. That's right. None of Zero Wing's experts could reduce the Berserker's HP to below 50%. This is also a melee battle. They can't use any skills, spells, or tools. This shows how high the Berserker's combat standards are. Even if he is going up against Yifeng, I'm willing to bet that he has more than a 60% chance of winning. If anything, I don't think anyone but Black Flame and Fire Dance can put up a fight. I guess that's true. Although the rumors about Yifeng say that he is very powerful, his battle records are old. Now that everyone's been playing God's Domain for so long, their combat standards have improved significantly. I don't think that Yifeng can win that easily. The audience discussed the upcoming fight heatedly. Meanwhile, members of the various large guilds were eager to watch the fight. They hoped to watch Zero Wing humiliate itself. Meanwhile, on the stage, Mighty Tiger glared at Shifeng. He asked, "What? You want to be my opponent?" "That's right," Shifeng answered calmly, nodding. "The previous fights were over before I could even warm up. They were boring. Hopefully, you don't disappoint me as well." Mighty Tiger laughed as he glanced at Flying Shadow and the others, who sat in the spectator stands. He had gained some insight about Shifeng from Evil Fire. Rumored to be as strong as Fire Dance, who was ranked 215th on the God's Domain experts list, he should serve as a decent opponent. Flying Shadow and his companions gritted their teeth when they heard Mighty Tiger's comment. However, they couldn't do anything about it. Despite having the advantage in terms of basic attributes, they had been defeated. This proved that Mighty Tiger's combat techniques were superior to theirs. "How do you want to set the rules of the match?" Shifeng asked calmly, unperturbed by Mighty Tiger's provocation. "Same as before. No spells, skills, or tools are allowed. We'll compete using only our techniques." Mighty Tiger set the duel's rules and sent Shifeng a duel request. "If you're not used to melee battles, I can only use 70% of my HP against you. You'll win if you take me down to 30%. Hearing Mighty Tiger's terms, the spectators gasped. They hadn't expected Mighty Tiger to be so bold. However, Mighty Tiger earned his arrogance. After all, none of Zero Wing's experts had reduced his HP to below 50%. "That's fine. Let's begin," Shifeng said nonchalantly. Once both sides had agreed to the duel, a timer appeared above the stage. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start. Let's see how strong you really are. As the duel began, Mighty Tiger retrieved the two axes from his back and dashed towards Shifeng like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Shifeng could feel the Berserker's icy killing intent lock onto him. It was clear that the Berserker wasn't like the players who only fought in games. When Mighty Tiger was 10 yards away from Shifeng, his footwork changed. Sure enough, he's using ghost steps, Shifeng thought when he saw Mighty Tiger's body suddenly split into two identical clones, both moving in different directions. Very quickly, the two clones split into 4 and so on. It was as if Mighty Tiger had used a skill to create doppelgangers or illusions. To players who could not use skills or spells, this was an extreme disadvantage. Tiger is taking this too seriously. He's using ghost steps right off the bat. Yifeng won't even have a chance to display his skills, Unwavering Hand said, shaking his head. From the audience's viewpoint, it seemed as if Mighty Tiger had approached Shifeng head-on before turning abruptly and circling to his opponent's side. When Shifeng and Mighty Tiger collided, a blue light flashed on the stage. As Mighty Tiger turned to launch a follow-up attack, his vision started to grow dark. He then noticed a flower of blood bloom across his chest. Before he had realized what had happened, he collapsed to the ground behind Shifeng. What just happened? Everyone was confused as they stared at Mighty Tiger's corpse, none of them knowing what had just happened. Following which, the victor's name appeared above the stage. Yifeng. Chapter 1324, Sword God's Weapon. Tiger lost? What just happened? How did Tiger die so quickly? Was Tiger even attacked? He used ghost steps. How could he get hit in a melee battle? Can someone explain to me what just happened? Falling Flower stared at Mighty Tiger's corpse in astonishment from the VIP stands. She was practically shouting as she questioned the companions who sat beside her. From start to end, her eyes hadn't left the stage. She had been focused on the combatants. However, when Mighty Tiger had circled to Shifeng's back and was about to land a blow, he died instead. Just what had Shifeng done during that brief moment? Meanwhile, the players in the spectator stands were even more confused. Mighty Tiger had already been so fast that they couldn't keep up with him. Now, the battle had ended before they could understand what had happened. An act? Is Zero Wing trying to hype up the competition? No, that's not right. Even if this is an act, the system recognized it as an official duel. It won't declare a victor until one of their HPs hits 0. But how could anyone eliminate over 30,000 of a berserker's HP in an instant? The match confused every spectator, so much so that they had forgotten to cheer. The tournament hall was utterly silent as everyone stared at the stage. What did the guild leader do? Blackie had to ask. With his eyesight, he had barely been able to keep up with Mighty Tiger's movements. He hadn't seen anything when Shifeng had attacked. Is this a Tier 2 class? Aqua Rose was stunned as she looked at Shifeng. Big Sis Aqua, do you know what happened? Flying Shadow asked eagerly. No, I just reacted. When that berserker circled the guild leader, I saw a flash of blue light. The guild leader must have attacked him. It seems that the berserker failed to react in time. After watching the recording in slow motion, I saw a guild leader use a standard slash. His attack speed wasn't on par with his instant strike. This speed isn't due to high attack speed. He just used his reaction speed. The guild leader's reaction speed has already surpassed the level that our eyes can keep up with, Aqua Rose explained after giving the matter some thought. The guild leader really is a monster. Realization dawned on Flying Shadow when he heard Aqua Rose's explanation. He had thought that after training arduously for so long, he had shortened the distance between Shifeng and himself. However, the gap had continued to widen. Meanwhile, after the duel, Mighty Tiger resurrected below the stage. When he looked up at Shifeng, fear, respect, and confusion filled his gaze. Rather than bewilderment, he was surprised that Shifeng had seen through his ghost steps. His team leader had told him that even the top 100 experts on the God's Domain experts list wouldn't be able to see through his ghost steps, much less Shifeng, who had never seen the technique before. However, Mighty Tiger couldn't believe that was true. Shifeng must have seen ghost steps many times. Ghost steps was a special technique that combined footwork, killing intent targeting, and aura concealment to create the illusion that enemies surrounded the opponent, while in reality, only one of those enemies was real. It was a combat technique that specialized in dealing with experts. Experts had very sharp senses, and they would often react instinctively. It was an amazing technique. Against an ordinary player, however, the technique's effects would be minimal. Aside from being a peak expert, Shifeng was a Tier 2 sword master. His physique far exceeded Mighty Tiger's. When dealing with abnormal speed, Shifeng only needed to focus, and Mighty Tiger's movements would play in slow motion in his mind. Yet, Mighty Tiger had dared to come within 5 yards of him. The berserker had been asking for a swift ending. In the end, Shifeng had triggered Killing Ray's lightning effect, which allowed him to kill Mighty Tiger instantly. Who else wants to fight? That boring battle wasn't even a good warm-up, Shifeng quipped, smiling as he glanced at Evil Fire's group. Mighty Tiger nearly choked when he heard Shifeng's comment. Unwavering hand, and the others also wore grim expressions, hesitation lingering in their eyes. Shifeng's performance had thoroughly stunned them. Sure enough, the rumors about Yifeng weren't credible in the least. How was this supposed to be an expert on Fire Dance's level? Yifeng was practically on the same level as Black Flame. He might even be superior to the guild leader. Zero Wing has truly earned its fame. No wonder it became Starmoon Kingdom's mythical guild. Evil Fire's fighting spirit soared as he watched Shifeng. Evil, you need to think this through. If you fight Yifeng, you'll most likely have to expose your trump cards. You'll have a tough time when you head to the Black Dragon Empire to challenge the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Unwavering Hand warned his companion. I understand. Don't worry. In any case, I have a match with Black Flame tomorrow. It'll be a fair contest if he knows about my abilities. Evil Fire smiled nonchalantly. He then approached the stage with long strides. Evil Fire wore a suit of black scale armor. He also carried a dark purple greatsword that was as tall as he was. Blue runes decorated the sword's blade. The surrounding mana flowed towards the greatsword automatically, causing arcs of blue electricity to dance around the blade and crackle from time to time. Overall, Evil Fire looked like a demonic beast, his aura pulling an involuntary shiver from the audience. With each step Evil Fire took, his aura grew slightly more intense. The audience felt a heavy pressure weigh down on them. Moreover, he had removed the concealment on his weapon and equipment's glow effect, as well as his level. Level 45. How is this possible? Even the number 1 player on the Black Dragon Empire's ranking list is only level 44 right now. Strong. So strong. No wonder why these people dared to challenge Zero Wing. Zero Wing is in trouble. Why does it feel like I should be running for my life when I look at him? Crap. He has 3 pieces of epic equipment on him. The glow effect on his greatsword looks unique as well. What rank is that weapon? The audience gasped when Evil Fire removed the concealment. Evil Fire's items hadn't only stunned the independent players watching. Blackie and the others from Zero Wing were astonished as well. Evil Fire's equipment could already rival that of Fire Dance and Gentle Snow. Shifeng, however, didn't pay any mind to his opponent's equipment. Rather, the Berserker's dark purple greatsword attracted his attention. Why does he have the Storm Warblade? Shifeng could not help his growing confusion. The Storm Warblade was one of God's Domain's 36 famed swords. Moreover, it was a higher rank than the sacred sword Killing Ray. The two-handed weapon ranked 14th among the 36 famed swords. This greatsword had been very famous in the past. The weapon was the reason that the sword god, Celestial Pole, had become so famous. The weapon had made its debut when Celestial Pole had been a Tier 3 player. Celestial Pole had only switched to a different weapon after reaching Tier 6. The fact that Celestial Pole had used the Storm Warblade until Tier 6 showed that the greatsword's attributes were frighteningly high. Yet now a player whom Shifeng had never heard of wielded the Storm Warblade. It was baffling. Do you want a melee battle as well? Shifeng asked as Evil Fire stepped onto the stage. No. You are quite strong enough to face me in an official duel, Evil Fire said, shaking his head. Proudly, he continued, I don't want you to hold back. Otherwise, the battle will end too quickly. Although Shifeng had already displayed overwhelming power, it didn't affect Evil Fire. Evil Fire was still confident that it wasn't possible for him to lose. Sure. Shifeng then sent Evil Fire a duel request. Following which, the timer above the stage began to count down. Chapter 1325, Difference in Tiers. Above the stage, the duel's timer counted down, second after second. Tension gripped the audience in the spectator stands. Their focus was glued to the stage. It was the first time a match of such high standards had occurred in Stone Forest Town's battle arena. Not even the major tournament, which was held once every 15 days, could hold a candle to this upcoming match. After all, Shifeng, who had killed today's undefeated champion instantly, stood on one side. On the other side stood Evil Fire. Although Evil Fire had yet to fight, his weapon, equipment, and frightening aura were enough proof of his strength. There was also the fact that Evil Fire's group treated him like a leader. All these factors suggested that Evil Fire was far stronger than Mighty Tigers. However, while nobody knew what kind of outcome to expect, they knew that they would miss the clash between these two players if they didn't pay close attention. When the timer reached 0, Evil Fire unsheathed the Storm Warblade from across his back and shouted. Arcs of blue electricity danced across his body. The intensity of his aura increased considerably. Right now, he seemed like a ferocious, prehistoric beast. Evil Fire had just used his Berserk skill, Lightning Beast's Rampage. It was a super rare Berserk skill that increased its user's strength, attack speed, movement speed, and HP by 100% for 90 seconds. Let us begin. Evil Fire's gaze sharpened as his near-tangible killing intent enveloped Shifeng. It seemed as if Shifeng was the only person in Evil Fire's world. In his mind, The audience members below the stage and crowding the building didn't even exist. Why is his killing intent so powerful? The approaching berserker surprised Shifeng. His mind constantly warned him of an imminent threat, and he couldn't help but focus on his opponent. With his current strength, he could even go toe-to-toe against a Grand Lord. Only Tier 4 mythic monsters might be able to give him a challenge, yet Evil Fire achieved the same by activating a berserk skill. For a moment, Shifeng even felt as if Evil Fire had surpassed a Tier 4 mythic monster. It was unbelievable. Even the audience struggled to breathe, their expressions becoming indescribably grim. So strong. His aura alone is so powerful. 0 wings in danger. Many expert players looked at Evil Fire with fear in their eyes. Meanwhile, Evil Fire left an afterimage behind him as he used charge against Shifeng, his speed increasing tremendously as he approached his opponent like a violent gale. When Evil Fire was only 10 yards away from Shifeng, he adjusted his footwork. Like Mighty Tiger, Evil Fire turned and circled around Shifeng. He used the same strategy as Mighty Tiger. Only this time, not even the experts in the audience could keep up with Evil Fire's speed. Mighty Tiger, who had returned to the VIP stands, could not help but laugh. Haha, Yifeng must be stunned. I'm not the only one who knows how to use ghost steps. And evil is way better than I am. Even our team leader had to be careful against evil. He could only mesmerize his enemies with his ghost steps. However, Evil Fire's ghost steps could force his opponents to focus on him and nothing else, causing his enemies to make all sorts of mistakes. It did not even matter if his opponent's attributes were higher than his. After all, one's attributes were only useful if they hit their target. If they couldn't land a hit, all the strength in the world would be useless. Furthermore, Evil Fire had activated his berserk skill. His strength and speed were both superior to Shifeng's. The duel would end the moment Shifeng made the slightest error. When Evil Fire was within 8 yards of Shifeng's side, his footwork changed once more. Unlike Mighty Tiger, Evil Fire didn't circle to Shifeng's back. Instead, he charged at Shifeng's side, swinging his greatsword and sending a purple arc towards the swordsman's neck. Beheaded. Suddenly, Killing Ray appeared in the Storm Warblade's attack trajectory. So fast. Evil Fire was stunned to see the sacred sword. He had not even noticed Shifeng swing his blade. Although Shifeng's reaction speed surprised him, he didn't falter. On the contrary, Evil responded with a sneer. While Evil Fire found it surprising that Shifeng had seen through his ghost steps and executed a proper defense, Shifeng hadn't activated his berserk skill when the match had begun. Even if Shifeng activated a berserk skill now, he would still have an absolute advantage in terms of strength over the swordsman. Even if Shifeng blocked the attack, the impact would knock back the swordsman. He could then continue his fierce assault and force Shifeng to use his life-saving skills. Once Shifeng expended the skill, he could easily kill the swordsman. Dang! However, the instant the two famed swords collided, Evil Fire's expression changed. How? Did he use a berserk skill? Evil Fire was surprised to feel the sensation in his arms. As his greatsword struck Killing Ray, it felt as if he had hit an indestructible wall. Rather than forcing the sacred sword back, the impact. His hands tingled, nearly numb. His HP had also fallen by over 100 points. In contrast, Shifeng remained unharmed, still standing in his original position. However, before Evil Fire could understand what had happened, Shifeng's abyssal blade was already moving towards Evil Fire's ribs. Scram! When Evil Fire noticed the abyssal blade's approach, he knew that he couldn't block the attack. Despite his awkward posture, he forcefully executed Whirlwind Slash, using the AoE skill to block the attack. He had already upgraded his Whirlwind Slash to Tier 1, level 10, and it was only a level away from Tier 2. The strength he could exhibit while using the skill was 50% higher than his normal attacks. This time, Shifeng was forced to take a step back as he received the attack. Seeing this, Evil Fire immediately pulled away from Shifeng. He had been forced to move awkwardly when he had executed Whirlwind Slash. Although he had managed to deflect Shifeng's blade, he was not in a good position to launch another attack. He needed to readjust his stance before doing so. 10 yards separated Shifeng and Evil Fire once more, both fighters observing each other quietly. Although both sides had already clashed twice, the encounter had only lasted a brief moment. The clash had occurred so quickly that both fighters were 10 yards away from each other before the audience could react. The tournament hall fell silent. Impossible. He saw through Evil's ghost steps and blocked the attack. Is he even human? Mighty Tiger's eyes nearly fell from their sockets as he looked at Shifeng. Previously, after activating his berserk skill, Evil Fire had relied on this same attack strategy to kill a superpower's peak expert. Yet Shifeng had deflected the move effortlessly. The swordsman had even forced Evil Fire to use Whirlwind Slash. Excitement filled Evil Fire's gaze as he watched Shifeng. He felt as if he had just found a worthy rival. You really can't trust rumors. I never expected Zero Wing to have such an impressive expert. Since you blocked my previous move, you must rank within the top 100 on the God's Domain's expert list. Evil Fire could not help but praise his enemy. However, I told you that this duel would end very quickly if you hold back. This is my last warning. This will be the first time I try this next move. I had planned to save it for Black Flame, but I've decided to test it out on you first. Saying so, silver divine runes began to surface on Evil Fire's arms and forehead, giving the berserker a sacred feeling. Evil Fire's aura also grew stronger. Divine Warrior. Shifeng was shocked to see the silver divine runes on Evil Fire's forehead. In God's Domain, aside from the 10 great saint legacies, which he had only learned about in this life, there were the 16 great peak legacies. These were the strongest among peak legacies. One of them was the Divine Warrior. As Evil Fire used ghost steps once more clones appeared around Shifeng. To the audience, Evil Fire had just left long-lasting afterimages behind him. Before anyone had realized it, Evil Fire arrived a short distance away from Shifeng's side. It seemed as if two Evil Fires graced the stage. Die! Evil Fire tightened his grip on the Storm Warblade as he swung it at Shifeng. The greatsword created a powerful gale as it sliced through the air. It seemed as if the greatsword had split the air as it descended on Shifeng. Chapter 1326, A Moment of Splendor. So fast. Although Evil Fire's ghost steps hadn't confused Shifeng, Evil Fire moved so fast that he could only catch a glimpse of the berserker's afterimage. In the blink of an eye, Evil Fire had reached his side. While under the effects of twofold berserk, Evil Fire's strength was on par with a great lord. Moreover, he had surpassed an ordinary great lord. As the purple glow descended on him, Shifeng intercepted it with Abyssal Blade. Although Shifeng's attack speed could not outstrip Evil Fire's, his Tier 2 physique gave him godlike reaction speed. Before Evil Fire had begun to swing his greatsword, Shifeng had already started swinging the Abyssal Blade. Parry! When the Storm Warblade collided with the Abyssal Blade, a loud boom shook the tournament hall, the resulting impact scattering the dust on the stage. Suddenly, a figure flew out of the dust cloud and slammed into the ground over 10 yards away. This figure was none other than Shifeng. The Abyssal Blade in Shifeng's hand still vibrated from the impact. Sure enough, he has the strength of a strength-based great lord of the same level, Shifeng thought when he felt his hand numbed. No wonder why he is so confident against me. Meanwhile, the audience members in the spectator stands were stupefied. Is he a monster? What kind of strength is this? Was his strength just as high as Yifeng's? Due to Evil Fire's attack, the air above the stage seemed as if it had split in half. It looked like a cracked mirror. What? He can use twofold berserk as well. Blackie's jaw dropped. Just who are these people? As far as they knew, twofold berserk was Shifeng's trademark move. By activating twofold berserk, he could gain the strength to fight opponents of a higher tier for a short time. Against players without twofold berserk, he had an overwhelming advantage. Throughout Zero Wing, no one, aside from Shifeng and Gentle Snow, could block Evil Fire's attacks. Even Fire Dance was no exception. Blackie found it truly hard to imagine that a group of independent players would not only possess so many skilled fighters, but also have someone in possession of a peak legacy. Not even most first-rate guilds had players with peak legacies. The majority of those guilds' legacies were limited to basic and advanced rank. Yifeng is doomed. Evil's Divine Warrior Hidden Class is a peak legacy famed for its destructive power. Not only does its legacy berserk skill increase strength, agility, and endurance by 120%, but it also boosts the user's reaction speed and movement speed by 100%. It's one of the strongest berserk skills available. Even if Yifeng has the attributes of a great lord of the same level, this is still a one-sided fight. Falling Flower's words were tinged with admiration as she watched Evil Fire. After their team leader had obtained the Divine Warrior Legacy item, everyone in the team had attempted to obtain the legacy. Unfortunately, only Evil Fire had succeeded in the end. As long as players with peak legacies had a little talent, they would qualify to reach the peak of God's domain. Whether or not the player in question succeeded would depend on luck and effort. Once the dust settled on the stage, Evil Fire charged at Shifeng again. However, he didn't use ghost steps this time. Instead, his dash was straightforward, without techniques. He also completely disregarded his defenses. As he reached his opponent, Evil Fire used Cross Slash, which could even injure a Tier 3 Great Lord, against Shifeng. Against one of the publicly acknowledged strongest peak legacies in God's domain, Shifeng couldn't be careless. Heavenly Dragon's Power. Suddenly, golden scales covered Shifeng's body. Dragon's Authority. Suddenly, Shifeng exuded an aura that froze the space above the stage, creating an eerie silence. The change forced Evil Fire to slow slightly. However, he quickly reacted by activating a control removal skill. Although he couldn't dispel Dragon's Authority's suppression, holding it off for 2 or 3 seconds would be enough. With only 8 yards separating the fighters, Evil Fire adjusted his attack method abruptly, changing his Storm Warblade's trajectory. In the next moment, 4 purple arcs flew at Shifeng. All 4 arches moved at the same pace and targeted Shifeng's blind spots. This is 4 extreme slashes. Shifeng could not help his surprise when he saw this move. The Extreme Slash was Miracle Dragon's trademark move, unavailable to outsiders. Although Evil Fire used the same technique as Miracle Dragon, who could easily execute 6 extreme slashes, executing 4 extreme slashes was impressive. Sword's Orbit. Dang! 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 Shifeng blocked all 4 slashes perfectly before they were within 5 yards. Stunned, Evil Fire stopped his advance. How is this possible? How is his strength higher than mine? Evil Fire stared at Shifeng in shock. Not only had his slashes failed to damage Shifeng, but he had also lost over 800 HP. Although he had more than 150,000 HP in total, the fact that he had lost in a direct confrontation was unbelievable. However, Shifeng did not intend to give Evil Fire any time to think as the Abyssal Blade soared towards the Berserker's neck. Shadow Blade. Suddenly, 9 shadow weapons appeared around Evil Fire, surrounding him. Each shadow could exert 120% of Shifeng's strength. The attack was already close to that of a Grand Lord. As Evil Fire realized the precariousness of his situation, his gaze turned serious, and he shouted. Suddenly, countless wind blades formed around Evil Fire's body. The wind blades then flew out in all directions, shattering Shifeng's shadows. The swordsman was forced to stop his assault as he used Defensive Blade to protect himself. Even so, Defensive Blade's block count was insufficient to stop all of the wind blades. Once the block counts were exhausted, each wind blade dealt around -3,100 damage. In total, Shifeng had been struck 11 times, his HP decreasing by over 34,000. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng had lost 1/10 of his HP. Is this the Storm Warblade's Storm Assault? What a terrifying weapon. Without Heavenly Dragon's Power's defense and HP boost, I would have been forced to activate Absolute Defense. Evil Fire, who was enveloped in flowing, purple-hued air, had surprised Shifeng once again. The Storm Warblade had 2 major skills. The first was Storm Assault. When activated, the skill created hundreds of wind blades that the user could control to attack any targets within 30 yards. Each wind blade possessed 110% of the player's strength. However, they could only cause 50% of the player's damage. The skill had a duration of 5 seconds and a cooldown of 15 minutes. However, the current Storm Warblade before Shifeng was incomplete. Evil Fire couldn't control hundreds of wind blades yet. Though controlling dozens of wind blades wasn't a problem. The second major skill was called Storm Domain, and it was the cause of the purple whirlwind enveloping Evil Fire. When activated, the skill allowed the user to suppress any target within a 50-yard radius using powerful wind. Moreover, the closer the target was to the storm's epicenter, the stronger the suppression would become. Due to these 2 active skills, players who wielded the Storm Warblade were extremely powerful in melee combat. I had never thought that I'd be forced to use my final trump card before my match with Black Flame. Admiration filled Evil Fire's gaze as he looked at Shifeng. He hadn't only dared to challenge the top 10 experts on the God's Domain expert list just because of his twofold berserk. Another important reason, the Storm Warblade in his hands. Fortunately, since I've used that trump card, this battle is over. Saying so, Evil Fire dashed towards Shifeng and executed 4 extreme slashes yet again. At the same time, over 50 wind blades flew at Shifeng from all directions. However, when Evil Fire was still 12 yards away from Shifeng, the latter vanished and reappeared before Evil Fire. Tier 2 Taboo Skill, Instant Strike. Sword's Orbit. Even with Storm Domain suppression, Shifeng created a beautiful galaxy around him and bombarded Evil Fire with one star after another. Not only had Shifeng shattered Evil Fire's 4 extreme slashes, but the resplendent stars also pierced Evil Fire's body, each star devouring over 90,000 HP. Before Evil Fire could react, his vision darkened and his body collapsed to the ground. The screen above the stage revealed the victor's name. Yifeng. Chapter 1327, Impossible Competition. As the system announced the duel's victor, silence fell over the tournament hall, followed by the gasps. What's going on? Hadn't the Berserker, Evil Fire, had the advantage? Are those 2 monsters? They're so fast. I didn't even have time to react. Is this a fight between peak experts? The sudden reversal and end of the duel befuddled the ordinary players present. However, some of the experts who had watched the match had a rough understanding of what had happened. Although it was impossible for the naked eye to keep up with Shifeng and Evil Fire's fight, they could watch the recording in slow motion, gaining a clear view of what had occurred. Evil Fire's attributes can definitely rival that of a Tier 3 Great Lord. If we fought, he'd most likely annihilate our 100-man team, yet he couldn't block Yifeng's attacks. Just how strong is Yifeng? Is Zero Wing a guild of monsters? Unlike ordinary players, expert players could judge a player's strength accurately. Hence, they were aware of how powerful Evil Fire was. The Berserker was definitely a peak expert, an existence they looked up to and sought to become. Yet, Yifeng so easily defeated such an expert. The spectating experts even began to wonder if they had made a mistake in their judgment of Evil Fire's strength. Meanwhile, among those present, no one was more excited about the outcome than Zero Wing's members. Zero Wing's members looked at Shifeng with reverence. The guild's many consecutive losses had frustrated them. However, they hadn't been able to do anything about it. After all, the fighters they had dispatched were guild experts. If not even the guild experts were a match for Evil Fire's group, then what hope did the elite and normal members have? However, as soon as Shifeng had ascended to the stage, he had turned the situation around. First, he had killed Mighty Tiger, today's reigning champion, in a single move. Then he destroyed a monster like Evil Fire in the blink of an eye. Zero Wing's members were both stunned and exhilarated. Meanwhile, the other guild's members who had badmouthed Zero Wing had fallen mute. Just who is this guy? Even our team leader has to dodge Evil's attacks when he uses twofold Berserk and the Storm Warblade's skills. Yet that guy faced him head-on. Is he even a player? He can't be an NPC in disguise, right? Falling Flower stared at Shifeng with wide eyes. No matter how many times she looked at the swordsman, she could not believe the match's outcome. She had experienced Evil's Storm Domain personally. Even 10 yards away from Evil Fire, the tremendous pressure had suppressed her. If she moved any closer, she'd be lucky if she could use 50% of her attack speed and reaction speed. It seems Zero Wing is not as simple as we had thought. We'll need to adjust our plans, Unwavering Hand said somberly as he glanced at Shifeng. But first, we need to notify the team leader. The other group members nodded, wearing morose expressions. They had planned to challenge the number 1 guilds in the various kingdoms and empires to increase their adventurer team's fame. Yet before they had even challenged Zero Wing to an official match, Shifeng had shut them down. As soon as Evil Fire resurrected below the stage, he ran up to Shifeng, who was descending the stairs. "Do you have some business to discuss?" Shifeng asked, smiling. If Evil Fire had fought him before he had completed his Tier 2 promotion, he would have likely been forced to use twofold Berserk and many of his trump cards. After all, despite looking like an unrefined savage, Evil Fire was a bona fide flowing water realm expert. Zero Wing didn't have a single expert, aside from himself, that had a chance of defeating the Berserker. Reaching the flowing water realm by the age of 20 was a miraculous feat. He would definitely be considered a genius in any superpower. If given enough time, Evil Fire could reach the apex of God's domain. I'd just like to say a few things. I lost this match. I won't challenge Black Flame until I can defeat you. It won't be long before I issue another challenge. I will win, and then I'll challenge Black Flame to an honorable duel. Confidence shone in Evil Fire's eyes as he spoke with Shifeng. While he had suffered a miserable loss, he had gained just as much. He had only recently obtained the Storm Warblade. He hadn't had a lot of time to get used to the weapon. Most importantly, he was close to completing the 4th phase of an epic quest. After he visited the secret land and obtained the skill that could counter Shifeng's godlike speed, he could definitely put up a good fight against the swordsman. Challenge me. Shifeng could not help but laugh. Allow me to refuse. I don't have that much time on my hands. What? Are you afraid? Evil Fire ridiculed the swordsman. You don't have to provoke me. I really don't have that much time, Shifeng said, chuckling as he shook his head. If every person were like you and challenged me once every 2 or 3 days after their defeat, I might as well stop playing this game. If you really want to challenge me, I'll make you a deal. Defeat either Flying Shadow or Shadow Sword. If you succeed, I'll accept your challenge. How about it? Are you kidding me? Although they are skilled, they can't even beat Mighty Tiger, who's just at the refinement realm. How could they possibly defeat me? Evil Fire growled angrily. I don't mean right now. 7 days. In 7 days, you can challenge either one of them. As long as you defeat one, I'll accept your challenge, Shifeng said, laughing. If you don't feel up to it, you can always give up. It'd be easier for me. 7 days. Evil Fire gave Shifeng a cold look. You think they can grow strong enough to defeat me in just 7 days? What a joke. Since you don't believe me, why don't we make a bet? Shifeng offered as he turned to the distant Flying Shadow and Shadow Sword. If you defeat either of them in 7 days, you'll win. If not, I will. If you win, you can tell me to do one thing. If I win, you'll have to do something for me. What do you think? If I win, I'll make you leave Zero Wing. Are you willing to do that? Evil Fire said, scoffing. Of course. Shifeng nodded seriously. Fine. You better not regret this. Evil Fire glanced at Flying Shadow and Shadow Sword. Although he did not know what kind of tricks Shifeng was trying to play, those two wouldn't be able to defeat him in God's domain even if they had another 10 years to train. As Evil Fire left, Aqua Rose walked over to Shifeng. Guild leader, have you lost your mind? Aqua Rose said, clearly angry. In her eyes, Shifeng was simply too irresponsible. He had actually agreed to such a bet. What if he lost? You are fully aware of how strong Evil Fire is. Snow is likely the only one, aside from you, with the strength to fight that man. Even Fire would be forced to run and dodge if he used twofold Berserk. Although Flying Shadow and Shadow Sword have improved very quickly, they are still a long way from reaching the refinement realm. How can they possibly defeat Evil Fire in 7 days? Relax. God created the world in 7 days. I should be able to do this much, Shifeng said, chuckling at Aqua Rose's wrath. Evil Fire was a bona fide genius. Although he had not heard about the Berserker in the past, with Evil Fire's status as an independent player, it would be a huge waste not to poach such a talent. If he wanted to recruit a prideful expert like Evil Fire, this was the quickest and most effective method. It might have been impossible to train Flying Shadow and Shadow Sword to defeat Evil Fire in just 7 days before, but the situation had changed. Seeing Shifeng's confident smile, Aqua Rose could not help but sigh and give up her attempt to persuade him. All she could do now was assign as many resources as possible to Flying Shadow and Shadow Sword, helping them improve as much as possible. Once the duel had ended and everyone prepared to leave the tournament hall, Shifeng walked onto the stage once more. Immediately, he attracted everyone's attention. What? Is there going to be another match? The money I spent to watch today's fights were worth every coin. Everyone grew excited when they saw Shifeng on the stage. Although the majority of these players couldn't keep up with battles between experts of Shifeng's level, such fights were an eye-opener. Ladies and gentlemen, Thank you for coming to watch the competition today. On behalf of Zero Wing, I have two announcements. Starting tomorrow, Zero Wing's Candlelight trading firm will sell a limited number of Stone Forest Town's private houses each day. Zero Wing has also activated the private house upgrade system. From now on, owners can upgrade their houses. The players in the venue gasped and cheered like raving lunatics. Many of those present contacted their companions to convey the shocking news. The news spread like the plague, causing a commotion throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Chapter 1328, Kingdom in an Uproar. Shortly after Shifeng had made his announcement, a commotion erupted on the Starmoon Kingdom's forums. What? Zero Wing is selling private houses again? Even when I offered 1,000 gold, no one was willing to sell their houses. Now that Zero Wing has finally decided to sell more, I have to get one. Stone Forest Town will most likely become even more popular. I've heard that the adventurer teams with private houses have improved considerably since the purchase. These teams have almost cleared out the rare tools sold in Stone Forest Town. Wonderful. Our adventurer wasn't able to attend the previous auction. This time, we'll get our own private house. Players are going to fight over Stone Forest Town's houses. I hadn't expected Zero Wing to activate the private house upgrade system. It really makes you wonder how Zero Wing did it. I've looked it up. Currently, Stone Forest Town's private houses are only 1 star. After one upgrade, each house can register another 10 players. These 10 players can then teleport to and from the house, although it does have a 1-day cooldown. The house's owner can teleport without a cooldown. This won't do. I need to go borrow some money right away. Initially, everyone was overjoyed to hear that Zero Wing had decided to sell more of Stone Forest Town's houses. However, after gaining a clearer understanding of the private house upgrade system, many adventurer teams began to look at the houses as potential gold mines. After the upgrade system activated, these private houses seemed tailor-made for the various adventurer teams. Now, by owning one of these private houses, an adventurer team could explore further and return an entire team to Stone Forest Town at a moment's notice, enjoying the town's various benefits. Stone Forest Town wasn't the least bit inferior to Red Iron Town, which Heaven's Burial developed with everything it had. Ever since Heaven's Burial had gained access to Evernight City, it had established Evernight City's teleportation array in a high-resource map not far from Red Iron Town. Now that a guild had gained access to Evernight City, it was much easier for players to venture to the city. Players only needed to complete some corresponding quests to gain access themselves. Later, they could travel between Red Iron Town and Evernight City easily. Players would be able to reach high-level and high-resource maps relatively quickly. The only downside was that, unless one was a member of Heaven's Burial or owned a private house in Red Iron Town, they could only teleport from Evernight City to Red Iron Town, not the other way around. Even so, Red Iron Town grew steadily. Wandering merchants had already begun to visit the town. Meanwhile, Heaven's Burial's private houses were much cheaper than Stone Forest Town's. This tempted many independent experts and adventurer teams to invest. As long as they bought a house in Red Iron Town, their development would be reliant on Heaven's Burial. Furthermore, Heaven's Burial would undoubtedly construct teleportation arrays connected to Evernight City in other towns in the future. Using Evernight City as a waypoint, players could then freely teleport to any of Heaven's Burial's guild towns. This would be very convenient. Many players considered purchasing a house in Red Iron Town. However, after Zero Wing's announcement, the various adventurer teams in Starmoon Kingdom changed their minds. After all, Stone Forest Town was now far stronger than Red Iron Town. For a time, even adventuring teams in Starmoon Kingdom's neighboring kingdoms and empires were tempted as they secretly collected funds. Only 2 players occupied a secluded bar in the Apocalypse Empire's capital. One was a man, and the other was a woman. The man had a dignified appearance, and although he seemed young and well-groomed, there was a look in his eyes that spoke of a variety of life experiences. He was clearly older than he looked. As for the woman, to put it simply, she was an absolute beauty. She had long, flowing hair that fell to her thin waist, and her every action could easily mesmerize both men and women. 2 glasses of purplish-red wine had been placed before these players. Despite being untouched, Mana constantly gathered around the purplish-red liquid. The liquid also gave off a faint red glow, giving it an attractive appearance. Its aroma could make anyone salivate, tempting them to drink it. If Shifeng were present, he'd be shocked to see this wine. The wine within the 2 glasses was none other than one of the Apocalypse Empire's 5 great wines, Tears of Purgatory. Not just anyone could obtain this beverage. It would only be awarded to those who obtained the key to the Purgatory barrier and cleared it. Although Tears of Purgatory wasn't as effective as Soul Water, it wasn't far off either. In the past, wine-collecting players had even been willing to pay 1,000 gold to purchase a single bottle. However, Shifeng would be more surprised to see the woman at the bar, the Midnight Tea Party's vice commander, Endless Scars. Old Ghost Heartless, why did you come looking for me so suddenly? Endless Scars asked the man looking to be in his 30s across from her. Smiling faintly, she continued, or are you here to tell me that your apprentice has lost? Little girl, why do you insist on calling me Old Ghost? Am I really that old? Heartless Sword rolled his eyes. Well, I'm right, aren't I? Zero Wing isn't as simple as you assume. Endless Scars paid no attention to Heartless Sword's grumbling. Since your apprentice, Evil Fire, has lost, according to our agreement, I am allowed to invite Black Flame to join our operation, yes? This doesn't count. Yifeng defeated Evil Fire, not Black Flame, Heartless Sword said, shaking his head. Old Ghost, do you really think that your apprentice can defeat Black Flame, Starmoon Kingdom's publicly acknowledged #1 expert? Endless Scars said, chuckling. Or do you think that one defeat isn't enough? Heartless Sword turned pale when he heard Endless Scars' comment. He had seen the battle video himself. The gap between the fighters' strength was incredibly massive. Even if Black Flame weren't as strong as Yifeng, they couldn't be that different. Forget it. I give up. I won't continue to argue with you. I'll agree to your request. Heartless Sword helplessly gave in to Endless Scars' demand. However, I'm not the only one involved. You'll have to get the others' approval as well. Although I doubt that they'll agree. You don't have to worry about that. As long as you agree, I can easily convince the others to fall in line, Endless Scars said, smiling. She then finished her Tears of Purgatory before leaving the bar. Meanwhile, in Heaven's Burial's residence in Starmoon City, an uproar shook the guild. Damnable Zero Wing. They dare to ruin my good fortune. Singular Burial cursed as he read the latest statistics report on Red Iron Town. He could have made a fortune by selling Red Iron Town's private houses. He could then use the money to support the guild's development. Now, however, Zero Wing had ruined his plans. Initially, he had over 400 interested buyers. Now, less than half remained. Guild leader, should we lower the price a little? Daybreak Fog suggested. Currently, they sold the town's houses for between 300 and 400 gold. If they dropped the price to between 200 and 300 gold, they should attract more buyers. After all, Stone Forest Town's private houses had already climbed to 1,000 gold. No need. I had intended to let Zero Wing survive for a bit longer, but I've changed my mind. Notify Abandoned Wave immediately. We are going to teach Zero Wing who truly owns Starmoon Kingdom. Chapter 1329, Rank Upgraded. The round table meeting room fell silent after hearing Singular Burial's command. Guild leader, although Abandoned Wave has created more monsters in the Frozen Scar, they're not fully grown yet. They will need at least 2 or 3 more days before they reach maturity. If we declare war on Zero Wing now, everyone attempted to persuade Singular Burial to be patient and wait a little longer. What's there to worry about? You've witnessed these evil beasts' strength for yourselves. Even before reaching maturity, they're terrifying creatures. The only reason that we're helping Abandoned Wave create evil beasts is to prevent every guild in Starmoon Kingdom from working together against us. We'll just use the evil beasts to raid Stone Forest Town. It'll be a piece of cake. We won't even need to dispatch our forces to the raid. Abandoned Wave can take care of it easily without our help. At most, the other guilds will suspect that we're related to Abandoned Wave and his beasts. Without concrete proof, they won't work together to challenge us. When Abandoned Wave captures Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing's members and the independent players in the town will become sacrifices for the army. Abandoned Wave can then nurture even more evil beasts. Even if the various guilds discover our relationship, it will be too late to do anything about it. All right, see to the necessary preparations right away. Everyone grew excited as they listened to Singular Burial's reasoning. If Heaven's Burial secured Stone Forest Town, the two towns would provide a stable source of coins and magic crystals for the guild. With the help of the monster army, it would only be a matter of time before they took control of Starmoon Kingdom. At that point, only God's Domain's various superpowers would pose any threat. Heaven's Burial's upper echelons exploded into action. Meanwhile, in Stone Forest Town, Shifeng discreetly returned to Zero Wing's residence after the competition in the battle arena. In the guild hall's basement, Shifeng carefully took the hero's chapter from his bag. He placed it on the magic array in the center of the hall and began to chant an incantation. As the hero's chapter sat within the array, the hall's mana surged towards it. Suddenly, balls of light appeared in the center of the array. These balls of light began to gather and form a humanoid shape as if they were constructing a body. Once the shape was complete, the hero's chapter transformed into divine runes that entered the body. Hopefully, the hero isn't too weak, Shifeng silently prayed as he watched the body gradually take shape inside the magic array. The heroes summoned with the hero's chapter shared the same starting point. However, their growth potential varied like personal guards. Only heroes typically had very high growth potential. Even the weakest among them could reach level 180, tier 5, while some could climb as high as level 200, tier 5. Even in the past, Shifeng had never heard of a hero reaching tier 6 god rank. However, it was rumored that if one gathered a sufficient number of heroes' chapters, they could summon a tier 6 hero to defend their town or city. Unfortunately, nobody had succeeded, so Shifeng did not know if the rumor were true. Time passed quickly. After the balls of light vanished, a robust man in black robes and wielding a blood-red greatsword appeared before Shifeng. It seems my luck is still quite good. At least I didn't summon the weakest kind of hero. Shifeng could not help but breathe a sigh of relief after he checked the hero's attribute panel. There was a 60% chance to summon the most common hero when using the hero's chapter. Such hero's growth was limited to level 180, tier 4. There was a 30% chance to summon a hero with good potential. The combat power of such heroes could reach the peak of tier 4. They could also reach level 200. Only 10% of the heroes summoned could reach tier 5. The hero standing before Shifeng was among the 30% with good potential. It also had the Barbarian hidden class. The Barbarian was an advanced class. Its strength was even higher than Berserkers. Amongst the many advanced classes, its strength ranked among the top 3. Gilbert, Hero, Great Lord, Barbarian. Level 63. HP 40,000,000/40,000,000. Growth potential, 84. In God's Domain, heroes were not actually considered human, although they were. They had human parents, but had received the god's blessings, which increased their life ratings. Hence, they were far more powerful than ordinary human NPCs. They could even rival archaic species of the same tier. Every large guild that had obtained a hero's chapter in the past hadn't hesitated to summon one to protect their guild cities. After summoning Gilbert, Shifeng designated him as the commander of Stone Forest Town's army, giving him control of the 2,000 NPC guards the town employed. Aside from their personal strength, heroes were powerful managers. One hero was more than enough to manage every NPC guard in an advanced town, not to mention an intermediate town like Stone Forest Town. With this, players wouldn't have to be responsible for the town's security. Shortly after summoning Gilbert, Shifeng heard the sound of a system notification. System, congratulations. Stone Forest Town, which is under your management, has achieved SSS-Rank security. Activating private space upgrade system. Once a private space has been upgraded, players can enjoy even more benefits. System. Stone Forest Town is the first town to achieve SSS-Rank security in Starmoon Kingdom. Do you wish to allow the Adventurers Association to enter and garrison the town? There is also such a reward? Shifeng was ecstatic. Players couldn't construct the Adventurers Association, Lifestyle Association, War God's Temple, Library, or the bank. Similarly, there were no designs for these establishments. Only after a player town reached a certain rank would these establishments occupy the town. Practically every player in the game visited the Adventurers Association, for example. Normally, The adventurers and lifestyle associations would only occupy a town after it upgraded to advanced rank and B-rank security. As for the war gods' temple, library, and bank, they would only occupy small cities or above with B-rank security. These 5 establishments had an even greater function in player towns and cities than in NPC cities. Take the Adventurers Association, for example. As long as the establishment occupied a player town, players would be able to accept commission quests unique to the kingdom and commission and rare quests unique to the town. As the town flourished, more quests would become available. The chance of high-ranking commissions appearing would also increase. Some players had even received SSS-Rank commissions in a particular player city in the past. However, that player city hadn't been just any city. It had been the Secret Pavilion's main city. If Stone Forest Town could attract the Adventurers Association now, it would become far more popular with players. Independent players would no longer have to return to NPC cities to turn in their quests. They could simply do so in Stone Forest Town. Following which, Sherfong agreed to allow the Adventurers Association to occupy Stone Forest Town. He only needed to choose a location for the building. As for the construction fees, the system covered it fully. He didn't have to pay a single coin. Without hesitation, Sherfong placed the Adventurers Association near both the Candlelight trading firm and the private housing area. The players that had purchased private houses in Stone Forest Town also received a corresponding system notification. Suddenly, a 3-story building rose in Stone Forest Town's crowded central district. The building took shape as players watched. What is Zero Wing constructing this time? That can't be it. If it were a player-constructed building, it wouldn't complete so fast. The system must be generating this. Could it be a shop for wandering merchants? That might be the case. Based on my research, once a town reaches a certain point in its development, it'll gain a mysterious shop. I hear that it offers plenty of valuable items. Isn't that just another benefit for the players who own houses in Stone Forest Town? How are we supposed to compete with them now? Normally, I have to waste hours traveling to and from Stone Forest Town when I go out to grind. Anyone that owns a house can simply teleport back. After discussing the possibilities for about 10 minutes, the players stared at the finished building. A signboard hung near its door, advertising 2 words: Adventurers Association. Chapter 1330, Number 1 Town. The construction of the Adventurers Association, which had 3 floors and took up the area of a large football field, stunned players in the central district. The Adventurers Association? Why would the Adventurers Association be here? I'm not seeing things, right? Everyone shuddered when they saw the Adventurers Association. None of them were able to believe what their eyes were seeing was true. The Adventurers Association was becoming more important to God's Domain's players. The association's daily quests were many players' main source of income. This was the main reason that players couldn't venture too far from NPC towns and cities. Now that an Adventurers Association occupied Stone Forest Town, many of these players could break free from this restriction. They could now level up and earn money far more conveniently. Thinking up to this point, many players curiously entered Stone Forest Town's Adventurers Association. Crap! It's real! As the crowd entered the first-floor hall, they discovered that the hall's furnishings were exactly the same as the Adventurers Association in NPC towns and cities. Many NPCs were busy, publishing new quests on the quest board. The only difference was the number of quests available. There were far more quests available here than in other towns and cities' Adventurers Associations. Quick look. There are daily town quests and several high-ranking quests. A player that had immediately checked the quest area exclaimed. These words attracted a lot of attention, and many players headed towards the quest boards for a closer look. This is awesome. The daily town quests rewards are even better than daily quests in NPC towns and cities. Moreover, the quest locations are all near Stone Forest Town. We can easily complete these quests in 2 hours, even faster if we had mounts. Everyone's eyes shone as they read the daily town quests. Normally, the daily quests in NPC towns and cities required more than 3 hours to complete. Of course, the main reason for this was the long distance between quest objectives. Completing the quest itself only took half an hour or so. Most players would pick up local quests while completing their dailies to increase their leveling efficiency. Only after they completed the local quests would they return to hand in their daily quests. News about Stone Forest Town's Adventurers Association spread through the town quickly. As a result, many players who had intended to return to their respective NPC cities to turn in their daily quests surged towards Stone Forest Town's Adventurers Association instead. Starmoon Kingdom's official forums were in an uproar. Players with houses in Stone Forest Town are going to have an even easier time. With the Adventurers Association located beside the residential district, they can pick up and turn in quests easily. Hopefully, when the private houses go up for sale tomorrow, the price won't be too high. Our team has only managed to gather 1,000 gold after much difficulty. That can't be certain. The private houses in Stone Forest Town were already quite valuable thanks to the town's high mana density. Even while resting in a private house, players can accumulate the double EXP buff faster than in one-star guild residents' private rooms. Now, not only can Stone Forest Town's private houses be upgraded, but there is also the Adventurers Association nearby. Don't forget about Stone Forest Town's current development speed either. With the Adventurers Association, it won't be long before Stone Forest Town becomes an advanced town. At that point, the town's private houses may cost as much as those in major NPC cities. Indeed, if we fail to get a house now, by the time Stone Forest Town becomes an advanced town, purchasing one will be even harder. Due to the Adventurers Association, many adventurer teams that originally held a wait-and-see stance promptly sold off all their unnecessary rare materials, weapons, and equipment to collect money. Some teams even purchased coins in bulk with credits, deeply afraid that they wouldn't have enough money to buy Stone Forest Town's private houses when they became available. At the same time, many of the hesitant adventurer teams in the neighboring kingdoms began to take action, swarming towards Stone Forest Town. After all, Stone Forest Town had massive advantages over other player towns. It could definitely be considered the #1 town in Starmoon Kingdom and the several neighboring countries. If they could enjoy the benefits Stone Forest Town had to offer, migrating across counties would be worthwhile. Meanwhile, back in Zero Wing's residence in Stone Forest Town, Sherfong charged Gilbert to manage the town's NPC guards after summoning him. He then used a return scroll and returned to White River City's Candlelight trading firm. Every intermediate and above alchemist in the Candlelight trading firm had gathered in the top floor's special alchemy room. In any of Starmoon Kingdom's large guilds, even the guild's upper echelons would treat these alchemists like VIPs. Meanwhile, 150 such players had gathered. Among them, more than half of the advanced alchemists in the kingdom were present. These alchemists had already waited for over 20 minutes, but they didn't show the slightest sign of anger or resentment. In fact, they brimmed with excitement and joy. Haha, this is wonderful. The guild had always called upon the forgers and engineers. Now it's finally the alchemist's turn. I wonder why Big Sis Melancholic has called us here? Does the trading firm plan to select alchemists for Titan City? That's possible. The last group that entered Titan City should return soon. This gathering might be to select the candidates for the next batch. Based on what I've heard from those that entered the holy city of Titan, it is a holy land for experience. You can gain tons of knowledge in Titan City. There are even tutorial videos and instructions from masters and grandmasters. One round trip can almost guarantee a promotion from intermediate rank to advanced rank. The insight that advanced lifestyle players gain in the holy city can also help one reach master rank. It's that amazing. Of course, just look at the last Candlelight auction. The super guilds and super first-rate guilds went crazy just to get a single slot. I wonder how many slots have been allocated for alchemists? As the various alchemists conversed, the room's door abruptly opened. A man and a woman then walked into the room. Immediately, everyone in the alchemy room snapped to attention, anxiety and reverence filling their gaze as they looked at the man who had just entered. What's going on? Guild leader Black Flame is here in person. Is Candlelight searching for alchemists to cultivate? Everyone was astonished to see the cloaked man. Despite this man's lack of aura, these players couldn't help but shudder in his presence. When the alchemists realized that Blake Flame had made a personal trip to meet them, anticipation gripped their hearts. Not only was the man before them Starmoon Kingdom's #1 expert, but he was also the kingdom's #1 forger. Although it had been a long time since he had displayed his forging skills, his abilities were obvious based on the level 50 fine gold set equipment that had sold during the previous auction. In the Candlelight trading firm, even Cream Cocoa and a handful of other advanced forgers, who were approaching their master rank promotion, could only forge level 50 secret silver set equipment. The other advanced forgers couldn't even produce level 50 mysterious iron set equipment. Moreover, the man before them was the guild leader of the #1 guild in Starmoon Kingdom. With even a sliver of his resources, these advanced lifestyle players would be set for life. If the trading firm nurtured them, they'd have an even higher chance of becoming master alchemists in the future. Not to mention, the Candlelight trading firm had already set a standard. I've asked Melancholic to gather you here today for 2 reasons. The first is that I will be changing the benefits alchemists are offered. I also want to help several talented alchemists become master alchemists. Although Shifeng hadn't been very loud, every one of his words caused these players' hearts to pound. When these alchemists had heard that Shifeng wanted to help them become master alchemists, they felt as if they had heard the word of God. If any of Starmoon Kingdom's large guilds, and even those in the several neighboring kingdoms, had said this, they would assume it was a joke. But it was a different story if these words came from Shifeng's mouth. Chapter 1331 Frightening Candlelight Trading Firm. Every player in the room grew restless upon hearing Shifeng's announcement. Countless alchemy players in God's domain dreamed of becoming master alchemists. Even super guilds would try desperately to poach a master alchemist. Nowadays, more players flooded to God's domain. A portion of those players, who found themselves unsuited for combat, began to develop their lifestyle classes instead. In addition, as quite some time had passed since God's domain launch, the game already had a considerable number of advanced alchemists. As a result, advanced alchemists weren't as valuable as they had been. In fact, their value would continue to decrease as time passed. Even super guilds, which had always been a hub for talented players, had never viewed advanced alchemists as important. Meanwhile, based on their knowledge, although more advanced alchemists emerged in God's domain each day, even now, there wasn't a single player who had become a master alchemist. If they could reach master rank, they would enjoy instant fame and glory. From then on, they wouldn't have to worry about money. They could even find an opportunity to climb to the peak of life, becoming an upper echelon in a powerful guild. Meanwhile, Zero Wing was the #1 guild in Starmoon Kingdom. Any of the upper echelons would receive a salary that could even rival a major company's upper management. In fact, as Zero Wing continued to develop, their salaries would increase. After all, God's domain was becoming more popular throughout the world. The virtual gaming industry was already quite large, and now that countless corporations were investing in God's domain, it could grow to become one of the top few global industries. Just the thought of becoming an upper echelon in Zero Wing excited these alchemist players. I'll talk about the new benefits first. Shifeng smiled when he saw the excited expressions. This new benefit should motivate you to work harder and improve faster. Hence, only Candlelight's top 10 alchemists will enjoy these benefits. First off, the 4th to 10th ranking alchemists will have access to secret silver alchemy tools provided by the guild. Saying so, Shifeng retrieved pile after pile of alchemy tools. He had obtained these tools from the moon god's alchemy and research rooms. Unfortunately, he hadn't obtained an equal number of each tool. As a result, while the 4th place would receive a complete set of secret silver alchemy tools, lower ranks would receive incomplete sets. Even so, the 10th ranked alchemist would receive 3 secret silver tools. Meanwhile, when everyone saw these secret silver alchemy tools, they gasped, their eyes nearly falling from their sockets. Guild leader, did you rob several large guild warehouses? Melancholic smile could not help her shock when she saw the large pile on the table. Even bronze alchemy tools were rare on the market, each selling for more than 50 silver. Moreover, these tools would be purchased immediately. Mysterious iron alchemy tools were even rarer. On average, alchemy tools of such rank sold for more than 3 gold. As for secret silver rank, they sold for more than 10 gold. However, it was practically impossible for one to find any secret silver alchemy tools on the market. They normally only appeared in auctions, and oftentimes, they would sell for 25 gold or more. Even the Candlelight trading firm had fewer than 10 secret silver alchemy tools. The guild had only obtained them after completing various large-scale quests, or from fine gold rank and above treasure chests. Yet, Shifeng had over 40 tools. As the alchemists still reeled from the sight before them, Shifeng revealed the Ocean's Glow set, a set of dazzling, fine gold alchemy tools that gave off a faint blue light. Relax. This fine gold rank Ocean's Glow set is only for the third-ranked alchemist, Shifeng said, chuckling when he saw the alchemist's drool. These players were speechless. Third place would get an entire set of fine gold alchemy tools. As expected of our guild leader. You are so awesome. If the other trading firms knew about this, they would faint. I doubt that even super guilds have an entire set of fine gold alchemy tools. Excitement overwhelmed these lifestyle players. If they could get their hands on the Ocean's Glow set, it would increase their chances of becoming master alchemists considerably. Yet this was only the benefit for the third-ranked alchemist. In God's domain, players needed to invent new items of a certain quality to become master lifestyle players. Unfortunately, inventing a master rank potion had a much lower success rate than simply crafting one. It was extremely important to have a good set of alchemy tools if one wished to become a master alchemist. A set of fine gold alchemy tools was more than enough to change their fate. As everyone dreamed of using the Ocean's Glow set and reaching life's peak, Shifeng revealed another pile of alchemy tools. My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? Those are dark gold rank. No, they aren't just dark gold alchemy tools. Look, those two sets share the same motif. Those tools are clearly a set. Some of the players with sharp eyesight quickly noticed these alchemy tools' specialty, and they nearly cried out in shock. If everyone had been surprised by the Candlelight trading firm's foundations before, they were now devastated. They had never even heard of a single dark gold alchemy tool in Starmoon Kingdom before. If one had to estimate such a tool's value, it wouldn't even be worth several pieces of top-tier, dark gold equipment. No one would even be willing to trade such a set for several pieces of epic equipment. A set of fine gold alchemy tools could already help an advanced alchemist reach master rank. A set of dark gold alchemy tools, however, could increase an alchemist's chances by at least 10%. A few epic weapons and pieces of equipment could never rival the value of such a set. If word of these two sets of dark gold alchemy tools got out, alchemy enthusiasts would swarm the Candlelight trading firm. After all, alchemy tools were alchemists' weapons. A quality weapon could increase a person's strength significantly, not to mention a top-tier weapon. Second place will get to use a set of dark gold alchemy tools. As for Candlelight's chief alchemist, they will get to use the green jade set. These are the new benefits every alchemist in the trading firm will be offered, Shifeng explained. As for the second reason I wanted to talk to you today, it is to provide help to a few talented alchemists reach master rank. However, before I do so, I will need you to sign a core members agreement. I'm sure you're aware of the standard agreement, so I won't go into detail. If you want the opportunity to gain the guild's full support, you can register with Melancholic. Once you sign the agreement, you will be tested. Whether or not you're accepted depends on you. As soon as Shifeng finished speaking, dozens of alchemists crowded around Melancholic's smile to register for the test without hesitation. As these alchemists fought over the core member contracts, a woman, who had listened from a corner, approached Shifeng. The woman was a classical beauty and gave off a serious vibe. She also wore the golden, five-leaf-shaped advanced alchemist's insignia. This classical beauty was none other than Silent Wonder. Melancholic Smile had already told Shifeng that Silent Wonder's standards could rank among the top 3 in Candlelight. Not only was she fast, but her success rate was also quite high. The girl had a very high chance of becoming a master alchemist in the future. If not for Silent Wonder's insistence on retaining her freedom and retaining her official member status, Shifeng would have sent her to Titan City with the last batch of lifestyle players. Guild leader Black Flame, can I ask you a question? Silent Wonder asked. Of course. Shifeng nodded. Are official members eligible for the top 10 spots as well? When Silent Wonder posed this question, anxiety was clear in her eyes. She had already realized how extraordinary Candlelight's foundations were. However, she had never imagined that they were quite this frightening. Even super guilds trading firms couldn't compete with Candlelight. Both the dark gold tools and the fine gold set tempted her. With access to one of those sets, She was confident that becoming a master alchemist was only a matter of time. However, not even a super guild would share such treasures with an official member, much less Zero Wing. But she had to ask. If she really had no hope, she was prepared to trade one of the treasures she had obtained from a secret land. Chapter 1332. There is no strongest, only stronger. Hearing Silent Wonder's question, many of the other alchemists shifted their gazes toward Shifeng, concern flashing in their eyes. The Candlelight trading firm constantly expanded, increasing the number of lifestyle players it recruited. Among them, many advanced rank and talented alchemists preferred freedom over restriction. Now, however, the Candlelight trading firm had suddenly offered benefits that could even tempt master alchemists, much less advanced alchemists like themselves. Official members are also Candlelight members, so of course they are included, Shifeng said, smiling. He was fully aware of everyone's concerns. However, the alchemy tools he had revealed were only the tip of the iceberg. They were only meant to lure more alchemists to join Candlelight. Previously, he hadn't had the capital to do so, but things had changed. Meanwhile, to foster more talented alchemists, he could not limit the competition to the trading firm's senior and core members. Hearing this, Silent Wonder released a deep sigh of relief. She hadn't expected Zero Wing to be so generous. As expected of Starmoon Kingdom's #1 trading firm, Candlelight is incredible. Other trading firms simply can't compare. It seems that my decision to join Candlelight was the right one after all. The competition between alchemists will become more intense. Many of the other advanced alchemists grew excited. At the same time, though, they felt a significant amount of pressure. If news of how even official members qualified to compete for the top 10 spots went public, even alchemy fanatics who valued their freedom would join the Candlelight trading firm. After all, they would only be required to complete the firm's daily tasks as official members. They were not required to do anything else. When they wanted to leave, they only had to pay a small severance fee. The number of alchemists rushing to join the Candlelight trading firm would be staggering. I heard that your alchemy standards are quite good. Are you sure that you're not interested in taking part in the core member selection? Shifeng asked Silent Wonder quietly. Thank you for your kind intentions, guild leader, but I am quite satisfied with my current situation. Silent Wonder understood what Shifeng had meant. However, she rejected the offer without hesitation. Now that she had the opportunity to compete fairly, she was confident of obtaining one of the top 3 positions. Even if the other advanced alchemists had the trading firm's full support, this outcome wouldn't change. Once she had the help of those alchemy tools, she could become a master alchemist. Hearing Silent Wonder's response, Shifeng said nothing more. He was very familiar with the woman's personality. Practically every upper echelon in the various large guilds in the past had known about God's domain's top great grandmaster alchemists. Despite super guilds relentlessly sending invitations, offering tempting promises, Silent Wonder had given the same reply. Guild leader, why don't we make some changes to the new benefits? When Melancholic Smile saw Silent Wonder and several other advanced alchemists' lack of interest in becoming core members, she had a suggestion. Let's only offer the Green Jade set as a benefit for core members. This way, we should be able to convince more advanced alchemists to truly join Candlelight. Although giving every one of Candlelight's alchemists a chance to compete for a set of dark gold alchemy tools was effective in attracting capable alchemists to join the firm, it wasn't an incentive to become a core member. Melancholic Smile's suggestion was a wise one. If they tweaked the new benefits now, it would encourage the previously hesitant alchemists to sign the core member contract. After all, even a master alchemist would be hard-pressed to refuse access to a set of dark gold alchemy tools. Relax. Do you think the benefits I've set will be easy for official members to obtain? Shifeng responded, chuckling. If they can get their hands on the set, it'll be my loss. They can't obtain them? Melancholic Smile was confused. Since Shifeng had already promised that official members could participate in the competition, that meant that everyone would be competing fairly using their alchemy abilities. Currently, Silent Wonder and several other alchemy fanatics, who had not signed up to become core members, were considerably skilled. Melancholic was certain that Silent Wonder, in particular, would rank among the top 3. If Silent Wonder worked harder and got lucky, it would not be impossible for her to obtain first place. So, how could she possibly not gain access to the new benefits? However, Shifeng did not bother to explain. While talent was important, resources couldn't be overlooked. Although players valued their resources, they did not truly understand just how important external resources were to their development. Following which, Shifeng held the alchemists that had signed the agreement back while the rest returned to their work. A total of 96 alchemists had chosen to stay behind. Among the 54 alchemists that left, the ratio of advanced alchemists was considerably high. Fortunately, more advanced alchemists has signed the agreement than Shifeng had expected. Since everyone present has decided to fight for the opportunity to become a master, let's start the test. Shifeng then took a thick book from his bag and placed it on the table. Immediately, everyone felt the mana in the room flow towards the book. What is that? These players were surprised as they looked at the tome on the table. They had all seen powerful items before. However, this was the first time they had seen a book cause such a phenomenon. This test is slightly unique. I'm not going to test your alchemy success rates. Rather, I'm going to test your learning capabilities, Shifeng said, smiling as he gestured to the book on the table. Learning capabilities. Everyone was confused. Even Melancholic Smile could not figure out Shifeng's intentions. Was he trying to test everyone's memory? I believe you've all learned many basic alchemy techniques from Candlelight's database, so you should have a clearer understanding of those techniques than I do. Shifeng then held up a slightly tattered book and displayed its attribute panel. This book holds the record for a somewhat unique alchemy technique. You can call it a secret alchemy technique. This secret alchemy technique is several times more effective than the basic techniques you've already learned. If you can learn this technique within a fixed time, you'll pass the test. Anyone who passes the test will qualify to read this Moon God's secret record. Saying so, Shifeng revealed the Moon God's secret record. The Moon God's secret record? Isn't that one of the legendary alchemy scriptures? Everyone's jaws dropped when they saw the ancient tome in Shifeng's hand. None of them could believe their eyes. These players were all alchemists that frequently read various materials about alchemy in God's domain. They were all familiar with the items known as the 5 great alchemy scriptures. However, these items were nothing but dreams and legends to these players. They had assumed that they would never get to read one. How could they not be shocked when Shifeng took out the Moon God's secret record? The Moon God's secret record could help one reach the pinnacle of alchemy. Even Grandmaster alchemists dreamed of obtaining such a treasure. Only now did everyone understand why they had been required to sign the contract before taking the test. If news of such a treasure leaked, it would shake the very foundations of the alchemy world. Meanwhile, Melancholic Smile, who stood to a side, was utterly speechless. Only now did she understand why Shifeng had been generous enough to let every alchemist in Candlelight compete for those alchemy tools. Compared to the secret alchemy techniques and Moon God's secret record, those tools were worthless. Now that you've seen the Moon God's secret record, whether or not you qualify to read it will depend on you. Chapter 1333, Appearance of Guild Mount. Everyone's eyes shone as they stared at the Moon God's secret record, having completely forgotten about the secret alchemy technique. Following which, under Melancholic Smile's management, everyone lined up to learn the secret alchemy technique. Learning a secret alchemy technique was different from reading other books. As long as players clicked to learn the technique, the system would automatically download a copy of the module while providing explanations and image tutorials. However, players could only go through the learning module once. Once they have done so, the system would automatically delete it. If players wished to go through the module again, they would need to click to learn the secret alchemy technique once more. It was a considerably convenient learning method. You have 3 days and only 12 chances to read the secret alchemy technique. Whoever learns the technique in that time will pass. You may then borrow the Moon God's secret record from Melancholic Smile. As everyone stood in line to learn the secret alchemy technique, Shifeng explained the test's rules. 3 days. The alchemists gasped when they heard their time limit. Guild leader, isn't this test a little too difficult? Melancholic Smile blurted out in surprise. They had collected all sorts of basic techniques from the holy city of Titan, and currently, These techniques were available to all of the Candlelight trading firm's official members. However, Candlelight's alchemists, on average, needed 1 or 2 days to learn each of these basic alchemy techniques, while some needed 3 or 4 days. Meanwhile, the secret alchemy technique was far more difficult than those basic techniques. If the basic alchemy techniques were considered individual musical notes, then the secret alchemy technique would be considered a complex movement. One could just imagine how difficult it would be to play such a movement skillfully. Yet, Shifeng had only given these alchemists 3 days to learn the secret alchemy technique. Even if they spent all 3 days online, many would likely fail. I know that this is considerably difficult, but if you can't even accomplish this, why should the guild invest in you? Moreover, this test's venue will be the basic meditation room. I believe you are all very familiar with that room. You will be allowed to use it for the next 3 days, so work hard. Saying so, Shifeng left the alchemist's test to melancholic smile while he took an advanced horse carriage to Zero Wing's residence in White River City. This time, he had only revealed one basic secret alchemy technique. Any alchemist with some skill could master it in time. It was only a matter of how fast they could accomplish the task. As God's domain had developed in the past, various secret lifestyle techniques had been discovered. As a result, players had encountered far more opportunities to learn these techniques. The discovery of these techniques also changed the way lifestyle players were judged as rank and number of learned recipes grew less important. Rather, lifestyle players were judged by the number of secret lifestyle techniques they had grasped. Even a slightly capable lifestyle player had learned at least 2 or 3 basic secret techniques. As far as Shifeng could remember, the dividing line had been a 3-day learning period. Any player that could learn a basic secret technique in 3 days had been considered talented. Their chances of reaching the master rank had also been considerably higher than others. Hence, he had set the test's time limit to 3 days. White River City's streets bustled with activity. Due to the activation of the flying transportation feature, allowing players to travel to the Eclipse Gate, more players rushed to White River City to level up. As Shifeng glanced out of the carriage window, he saw plenty of players riding various mounts. Although the majority of these players rode common mounts, which NPC merchants sold, it was still an enviable sight for ordinary players. After all, NPC merchants sold common mounts for 40 gold each. It was not a price ordinary players could afford. In the case of independent players, only experts could afford a mount at this stage of the game. It seems I'll have to hurry things up a little. A sense of urgency welled within Shifeng as he watched players atop their mounts. Mounts were a powerful leveling tool for players. God's domain's maps were simply too massive. As players reached higher levels, they would have to travel farther to grind monsters and level. As a result, travel would take up most of their time in the game. Even a common mount could save players at least half of their travel time. Naturally, this allowed players to increase their leveling speed. Although he had already become an epic adventurer and had accepted an SSS-Rank commission, he was still a long way from upgrading Starmoon Kingdom to an empire. Moreover, the initial 3 SSS-Rank commissions were the Adventurers Association's gift to every country. Encountering another SSS-Rank commission would depend on one's luck. He had to complete as many commissions as possible right now. If other epic adventurers in Starmoon Kingdom claimed the other SSS-Rank commissions, it would be a massive loss for him. The first thing he needed to do was complete the Ancient Orc Empire commission. He could also use this opportunity to help the main force members to level up. When Shifeng reached the guild residence, he was greeted by a long line of players queued up outside the entrance. Taking a quick glance, he noticed quite a few level 40 and above expert players. There were even some relatively strong adventurer teams in the mix. Not long ago, Shifeng wouldn't have even dared to dream of such a thing happening. Any of the various large guilds would target capable adventurer teams in Starmoon Kingdom for recruitment. However, these adventurer teams had their pride and usually refused to join a guild. These adventurer teams might not have abundant resources like guilds, but by raiding large-scale team dungeons and completing various rare quests, these adventurer teams could get their hands on valuable weapons and equipment that even made large guilds' normal members jealous. Since Shifeng had announced the sales of Stone Forest Town's private houses, more than 1,000 players had joined the guild. This significant increase had surprised even Shifeng. To other large guilds, this number might not be substantial. In Zero Wing's case, however, it was astounding. Zero Wing was famous for having the highest recruitment standard in Star Moon Kingdom. Anyone that joined the guild had either great potential or was stronger than other large guilds' elite members. Hence, an increase of 1,000 members in Zero Wing was the equivalent of a large guild suddenly gaining over 1,000 elite members. At this rate, Zero Wing would have an extra 10,000 elite members by the end of the day. Even for first-rate guilds, this was unthinkable. After all, a first-rate guild normally only had 100,000 plus elite members. By gaining 10,000 elite members in a single day, Zero Wing would catch up to a first-rate guild's elite member count within 2 weeks. Of course, this situation wouldn't continue for so many days, but Zero Wing shouldn't have a problem gaining an extra 30,000 elite members in a short amount of time. At that time, Zero Wing would finally have enough elite members to truly rival a first-rate guild. With so many elite members, not only could Shifeng alleviate the pressure on the branch guild in Lake Heart City, but he would also have enough manpower to defend his new city. He wouldn't need to reallocate manpower from Stone Forest Town. As Shifeng was about to enter the guild's warehouse to clear out his bag and prepare the necessary items for his trip to the morning battlefield, he received 2 system notifications. System, congratulations. You have finished taming the 5-star mount, Thunder Wolf. Please visit the stable. System, congratulations. Master Tamer Owen, who is under your employment, has been promoted to Grandmaster Tamer. Chapter 1334, Flocking to Zero Wing. The 2 system notifications momentarily stunned Shifeng. The taming's done already? Shifeng was confused. A 5-star mount was not easy to tame. Even Owen had estimated that he would require 25 days to complete the task. However, the mount had been tamed much sooner than expected. Now that the Thunder Wolf had been tamed, Zero Wing could finally activate the guild mount system. Guild members could start purchasing the Thunder Wolf from the guild stable. Unlike the mounts NPCs sold, guild members only needed to pay 25 gold for a guild mount. With the price difference of 15 gold, not only could guild members obtain their mount sooner, but the Thunder Wolf's movement speed also rivaled that of bronze mounts. Zero Wing's development speed would even surpass first-rate guilds with abundant funding. The most surprising news, however, was Owen's promotion to Grandmaster Tamer. Although the Tamer class was not a particularly popular one, even Star Moon Kingdom's king would have to treat a Grandmaster Tamer with respect. Grandmaster Tamers would also become targets for countless guilds seeking their employment. Unlike Master Tamers, Grandmaster Tamers could strengthen the wild beasts they tamed, and they required far less time to complete the task. At the same time, they could help players upgrade their guild mounts much more easily. If a Master Tamer had a 15% chance of upgrading a guild's common mounts to bronze rank, a Grandmaster Tamer's success rate was at least 30%. Immediately, Shifeng hurried to the guild stable. The guild stable hadn't changed. As Shifeng hadn't activated the guild mount system yet, guild members had no reason to approach the stable. There were only a dozen or so NPCs managing the place. The only difference was that right now, Owen stood guard before a large cage, inside of which obediently lay the Thunder Wolf. However, the Thunder Wolf was much smaller than when Shifeng had captured it. But this wasn't unexpected. After all, the Thunder Wolf had been a lord, while the current Thunder Wolf was a common monster. Now, it was only a means of transportation. Lord Count, I have tamed the Thunder Wolf as you requested. The process also gave me a lot of experience and insight, so I wish to return and examine what I've learned. I hope that Lord Count will allow this. Owen was extremely excited. He was clearly ecstatic over his promotion to Grandmaster Tamer. He wanted to return to his workshop immediately and take note of his experiences and insight. Of course, Grandmaster Owen, if you need any help in the future, just say the word, Shifeng said, nodding. The request didn't particularly surprise him. Owen's promotion to Grandmaster rank had surprised him, though. It had never happened in his previous life. Fortunately, Shifeng had established a contract with Owen early on. Hence, the NPC would not leave Zero Wing due to his promotion. Only, Owen's monthly compensation had changed drastically. Initially, Owen's monthly salary had only been 200 gold. Now, it had increased to 3,000 gold. Moreover, unlike a master tamer, a grandmaster tamer wouldn't regularly visit a guild stable to check on the mount it had teamed. Instead, Shifeng was required to pay Owen a visit if he wanted the NPC to do something for him. Fortunately, players could easily take care of small matters, such as upgrading a guild mount, via the stable's front counter. Owen wasn't required to visit. The NPC tamers managing the stable would follow Owen's procedures during the upgrade process. Hearing Shifeng's reply, Owen immediately turned and left, leaving Shifeng and the caged Thunder Wolf to their own devices. After Owen left, Shifeng clicked on the cage, and line after line of data appeared before him. Shifeng then chose to set the Thunder Wolf as the guild's mount. In God's domain, not any tamed mount could become a guild mount. A guild could only possess a limited number of mounts. This limit would increase as the guild rose in rank and upgraded its stable. Currently, Zero Wing could only own one type of guild mount. Even if it tamed others, it could only select one while the remaining would be kept in reserve. After Shifeng set the guild mount, the system announced another notification. System, do you wish to open the stable to the Thunder Wolf mount? Shifeng accepted without hesitation. He had waited for this moment for a long time now. The sooner he allowed the Thunder Wolf into the stable, the more of an advantage Zero Wing would have. Once Shifeng opened the stable to the Thunder Wolf, NPC tamers began to appear outside of the stable, each NPC leading one lively Thunder Wolf after another. These Thunder Wolves' appearances differed slightly in the color of their fur, eyes, and such. Overall, though, they were all majestic. As these Thunder Wolves appeared, they attracted the attention of nearby players. What's going on? Why are there monsters going into the stable? Are those our guild mounts? These players couldn't help their growing curiosity as they watched the majestic Thunder Wolves enter the stable, and they started to discuss their various guesses. After all, it had been quite some time since Zero Wing's stable had been built. However, no one had seen any activity in the stable. Naturally, these players would wonder now that so many Thunder Wolves occupied the building. Immediately, curious guild members entered the stable to find out what was happening. As soon as they heard the NPC's answer, they were shocked. Those are guild mounts. Crap! This guild mount is awesome. Its base movement speed is 120%. It's much stronger than the common mounts in the city. It can practically rival a bronze mount's speed. Haha! Our guild mount looks so cool. If the players from other guilds find out about this, they will die from envy. My patience has finally paid off. I've long since saved up 25 gold. I'm going to get that purplish-black Thunder Wolf. Its color scheme will match my weapons and equipment perfectly. Scram! I've got my eye on that one. For a time, the stable exploded with activity. The guild members that had already saved 25 gold to purchase a mount, afraid someone would snatch the Thunder Wolf they had set their sights on. News of the Thunder Wolf immediately spread throughout Zero Wing. This information also reached Starmoon Kingdom's official forums. Zero Wing's guild mount makes its first appearance. Pictures and videos available. Crap! That mount looks so cool. It only costs 25 gold, too. This won't do. I must join Zero Wing. Zero Wing is so amazing. I just looked it up in the library. It turns out that the Thunder Wolf is an extremely rare, high-ranking wild beast in God's domain. How did Zero Wing get its hands on this mount? The forums were in an uproar over Zero Wing's new mount. Expert players who had already purchased a common mount envied and admired Zero Wing members. Some of the adventurer teams and independent experts that had hesitated to join Zero Wing changed their minds immediately, determined to join the guild. Not only was the Thunder Wolf cheap, but it also had superior attributes and an impressive appearance. Moreover, the mount could be upgraded. Before anyone knew it, the line of players outside of Zero Wing had doubled. More players joined the line by the minute. The guild recruiters were stupefied. However, in Heaven's Burial's residence in Starmoon City, when Singular Burial received the news, he felt an indescribable pressure weigh down on him. Zero Wing. Singular Burial fumed. If not for his collaboration with Abandoned Wave, Heaven's Burial wouldn't be a match for Zero Wing. What a pity. Even if you release your guild mounts now, it is too late to change anything. Relay my commands. Instruct Ghost Shadow to lead the Ghost Shadow Legion to White River City. As soon as Abandoned Wave's people take action, Have them destroy Zero Wing's stable. Chapter 1335, Darkness Strikes. Inside the guild leader's office. Daybreak Fog and Heaven's Burial's several other upper echelons were stunned by Singular Burial's command. They hadn't expected Zero Wing's guild mounts to inspire such a firm decision. In God's domain, the guild structures inside NPC cities could be destroyed. If one wished to rebuild a structure, they would require a new design to do so. However, these structures were generally protected by defensive magic arrays. They weren't easy to destroy. Normally, a guild structure's defensive magic array could absorb up to 15 million damage. As for a crucial structure like the stable, the guild would employ a far more powerful magic array to protect it. Inside a 2-star guild residence, the strongest magic array one could establish to protect its stable could absorb up to 30 million damage, while the weakest magic array in a 3-star guild residence could absorb up to 40 million damage. Taking into account the stable's own durability and defense, it would take a considerable amount of time to destroy the building. In addition, White River City was a major NPC city. An attack at night might have a chance of success, but now they had been ordered to attack the stable during the day. The NPC guards patrolling the city were incredibly diligent. Even the slightest disturbance would attract a large number of these NPC guards. White River City was also Zero Wing's main headquarters. There were now fewer than 3,000 or 4,000 members stationed in Zero Wing's residence at a time. The guild had also hired tons of NPC guards to defend the residence. If they attacked, these players and NPCs would respond immediately. Unless they invested several times the number of players Zero Wing had, it would be impossible to destroy the stable under such tight security. The Ghost Shadow Legion only had 2,000 members. Although these players were all elites or experts, there were plenty of elites and experts defending Zero Wing's residence. Guild Leader, although Zero Wing's guild mount poses a threat, we're talking about an assault in White River City. Even if we dispatch the entire Ghost Shadow Legion, it won't even be enough to get through Zero Wing's main entrance, Daybreak Fog persuaded. I suggest that we follow the original plan and take things one step at a time. First, we'll secure Stone Forest Town. Then we'll kill the Frost King. Even with their guild mounts, we can whittle Zero Wing down. Such a forceful assault isn't necessary. The other upper echelons expressed their agreement. Zero Wing had a massive advantage over the other large guilds, which did not possess guild mounts. As time passed, this gap between Zero Wing and its competitors would only widen. It was wise to deal with this situation as quickly as possible. However, Heaven's Burial was an exception. With the Evil Beast army, Heaven's Burial could flatten any guild town it wanted. To a large guild like Zero Wing, losing a town meant losing an important income source. It would impact the guild's development. If Zero Wing lost its guild town, how could it possibly compete with Heaven's Burial? I understand your concern. Singular Burial could not help but laugh. Sending the Ghost Shadow Legion into action isn't profitable, but aren't you jealous of Zero Wing's stable? Of course we are a guild leader, but so what? Constructing a stable requires a design, yet we haven't even found a lead to the stable design. We might not have had the opportunity to build a stable in the past, but now we do. Saying so, Singular Burial revealed a thick, ancient tome and displayed it before everyone. Book of Replication consumable. Saves a copy of a building for 10 days. When used, creates an exact replica of the building. Cannot be used if copied building exists. After Daybreak Fog and the others read the introduction text, they wore shocked and ecstatic expressions. With this Book of Replication, they could copy and destroy Zero Wing's stable, obtaining one for Heaven's Burial. When Abandoned Wave attacks, Zero Wing's members will flock to Stone Forest Town's defense. As a result, the guild's main headquarters will be left unguarded. That's our opportunity, Singular Burial said, smiling. Don't we have 8 gnome cannons? Give them all to the Ghost Shadow Legion. With 8 gnome cannons, the magic array protecting Zero Wing's stable can only last a few volleys at most, regardless of how powerful it is. Hearing this, the upper echelon's eyes shone with excitement. It wasn't possible for the Ghost Shadow Legion to destroy the stable by itself. However, Employing the gnome cannons against Zero Wing's defenses wouldn't be a problem. Although they would undoubtedly lose all 8 cannons and many members of the Ghost Shadow Legion, the losses would be worth stealing Zero Wing's stable. However, as a preventive measure, lead the 3rd Legion to White River City Fog. You can hand the 8 gnome cannons over to Ghost Shadow while you're at it. Destroy Zero Wing's stable once Ghost Shadow copies it. I want to see how Zero Wing intends to hold its position as Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild after losing both Stone Forest Town and its stable. Understood. I'll see to it right away. Daybreak Fog turned and left the office. Zero Wing might have many experts, but after today, it would be Heaven's Burial's era in Starmoon Kingdom. Meanwhile, many adventurer teams and guild players lay siege to the Bloodring Bandit group at the border between the Stoneclaw Mountains and the Limestone Hills. The Bloodring Bandit group was one of the dark forces residing in this area. The group consisted of level 45 and above half-orcs. Among them, powerful chieftains and lords ambushed passing players and NPCs occasionally. Even great lords patrolled the area. However, due to the Bloodring Bandit group's frequent robberies against NPC merchant fleets, NPC merchants had placed a high bounty on their heads, including the fact that the Bloodring Bandits had a chance of dropping the Bloodring set, a level 45 fine gold set equipment, and the recipe for the Mad Demon Potion. Many players had joined the crusade against the bandit group. Level 45 fine gold set equipment might not be considered top-tier equipment to first-rate guilds, but independent players dreamed of such equipment. Moreover, level 45 fine gold set equipment generally only dropped in large-scale hard-mode team dungeons. Raiding the Bloodring Bandit group was much easier than raiding a large-scale dungeon. Moreover, the Mad Demon Potion was a powerful concoction that, when consumed, allowed players to enter a berserk state, increasing all attributes by 30% for 20 seconds. It also only had a 1-hour cooldown. Hence, the recipe was highly sought after by the various large guilds. If the Mad Demon Potion recipe dropped, it could even sell for enough to make powerful adventurer teams and guild teams jealous. Because of these reasons, the various adventurer teams and guilds around Starmoon City had targeted the Bloodring Bandit group. However, even now, not a single guild or adventurer team had defeated One-Eyed Clyde, the Bloodring Bandit group's commander, a level 49 Grand Lord. But one of Zero Wing's 50-man teams had arrived. Leader, One-Eyed Clyde's resting place is ahead. Good. This time, we have the magic array we purchased from the guild to suppress Clyde. If we coordinate our AoE skills and spells properly, we'll kill him. If the recipe drops, we'll all be riding Thunder Wolves tomorrow, a level 41 ranger said. Hearing this, everyone grew excited. Following which, under this level 41 ranger's command, the team of 50 slowly approached One-Eyed Clyde's stone house. Just before the team reached the house, however, numerous figures exited the building. Why are other monsters here? The team was surprised to see the one-horned humanoid monsters emerge from the house. However, the ranger team leader, who had extremely sharp eyesight, paled when he saw these monsters. Inside the dimly lit stone house lay a 3-meter-tall, armored corpse. This corpse belonged to none other than One-Eyed Clyde. Fresh blood still flowed from his body. However, the ranger couldn't detect any other players within his eagle eye's range. The ranger also detected traces of green blood on these humanoid monsters. It was half-orc blood. Seeing this, the ranger thought back to the frightening monsters he had encountered during Stone Forest Town's last siege. Crap! Everyone retreat. You're tuning in to the Lee May's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.